Cactus. Nope. Okay, there we go. Alright, I continue today the project that I started yesterday, which is my paint. Everyone on YouTube to see all happen about Unity. Yeah. Press F for Unity, I guess. Actually, probably not, but we'll see. I'm not using Unity, I don't really care. Do you use Unity? Okay, the first thing, in order to make it more obvious what I'm drawing on, I'm going to draw a grid. I think it makes sense to have a grid. So we are drawing pixels, right? But I think the grid should be more than just one pixel. Um, so size of the grid should be, let me make it in the config for now. So 16 by 16 probably a good default grid. And then I want to be able to draw the grid. Grid, hold on. I guess cell size and I'm not going to draw an infinite grid, right? So it's going to be like just regularly the size that we're going to draw. I don't know, line count. Let it also be 16. Okay, so I am going just like I'm doing the quad. I'm also going to have a grid here. Grid. I'm going to also use quad data there. Let grid. Okay, where is my Rust analyzer? Is it going to work or no? Hello? Where's my Rust analyzer? Async job failed, request 10 timed out. Oh, there you go. Now we have it. But also jobs are timing out, whatever that means. Vertex buffer. New static. Okay, so let's see. I need to construct the grid here. Okay, so inside the config, I'm going to have also grid config. Cell size and line count. And then, so we need to add the line count on on both axes, right? On X and on Y. So I say for X in negative. I need config before that. Config. Okay, so config going to be, I guess, config grid line count to positive. Config grid line count. I'm going to extend this with the 2 vertices. Is going to be position back to X, and then Y is going to be a negative line count. Right? And then positive line count too. So yeah, this is making me a vertical line, and then we do the same for making the horizontal lines. Instead of X, we iterate for Y, and to make X go from negative to positive. Okay, there you go. We just construct the grid and ranks. Hello, hello. To the raid. Wiggly time.
Squiggly rings.
Squiggly time.
Squiggly rings.
How are you guys doing?
Squiggly rings.
Okay, guys, as you can see, I do programming, but this programming thing that I'm doing has to do something with art, like Rinks is doing, right? Let me show you what I am making. I'm very early into making this program for now, but there has been I think there has been no progress since yesterday, because yesterday when you left is when I left. So yeah, we still can draw, we still can rotate the camera, we can add a new thing which is going to be invisible. We can rotate this new thing and we can start drawing on a different axis. So we're going to have some 3D action here, right? Yeah, not all the things are super intuitive and visible right now. We can change the color and draw some other color. But yeah, it needs to like be polished a little better to be more usable. But technically, we can do a 3D now. So right now, what I'm doing, I'm trying to do a grid, so it's more obvious what plane am I currently drawing on. So I'm going to have a grid. And by looking at the grid, you will you will realize what is the current drawing plane, basically. Right. Hello, Davey. Okay. But it is going to remain to be pixelated for a long time. Unless maybe you will want me to make it, like if you want to try it out eventually yourself, maybe like technically I can make more like general purpose, but I'm making this for myself. Add a sound effect when you draw, the scribbly noise. Okay. Okay, fine. Okay, fine. I can do this right now. Since that's what you are asking for. How do you do a scribbly noise though? Hold on. Hold on. Let me try. I'm going to use my finger and pretend that I'm drawing on my table, right? I'm not going to do it with my mouth, but with my actual finger. Or I could do a shish with my mouth. I don't know which one is going to be better. Let's try. Let me try my actual finger first, though. So what if I hold on? If I delete the beginning and delete the end, what is it going to sound like if I normalize it? Effect, volume, normalize. Okay. Oh shit, I mean, it sounds nice, but there is the noise from my PC fans. Hold on. So before I do that, I guess I need to also record just emptiness. Alright. Here's what emptiness sounds like. And we do here effect, noise removal, noise reduction. We get the noise profile. And then over here, we do noise reduction. Okay. And then we do normalization. Turn off PC first. I still hear this noise, which is annoying. Hold on. How do I delete the fan noise? Or I mean, maybe if we just remove the volume here. I mean, it's better than nothing, right? It's better than nothing. What happens if I try to make it a looped? Okay, I need to do a crossfading a little bit here. How do I do a crossfading? At monotrack, copy this, paste it over here. Ah, shit. This one is a stereo. All right. So I need to do something like this. And I will need this one to be... Oh, wait, hold on. Crossfade clips. I literally need to do a crossfade over here, right? Fact. Crossfade tracks. Like this. Okay, there you go. Oh shit, no, this is bad. This is bad. How do I make a good repeated sound? I just make it longer? Or what? Actually, that was not too bad. Hold on, if I just do a little bit. I have a fading out in the end here. This is not too bad, right? Okay, export, WAV, projects, Pog Paint. Assets. And we say this scribble. Okay. I think this should be good. I don't need to save it. Pretty sure. Okay. So now I need to load this and just play the sound when I am doing the drawing, right? To have the scribble is going to be a sound, and I'm going to do asset properties looped through. Not asset. Load. It's not properties. I don't remember. Settings? Oh my god. It is options. Okay, I tried every single one. Looped is true. Unsupported lit must be str. Okay. Over here we do a string. Okay, there you go. We load a looped scribble sound, and when I'm doing on my hold on. First of all, I will need to load it here. Assets, right? Assets is going to be asset manager load. The assets folder. Okay, now that I have loaded it, I can start doing the sound effect. Scribble is going to be an optional sound effect. And we're going to start and stop, start it when we start drawing and stop it when we stop drawing. Wait, hold on. It should be double fart. It doesn't work when you add a when you add an emote there, unfortunately. Scribble sound effect is going to be none by default, and then a magister banana hue. Okay, so when I do start drawing for the first time, it is when I'm pressing my left mouse button over here. So I'm going to do here self scribble is the new sound effect, which is going to be assets scribble play. So we just play the sound and get the sound effect of it so that we can stop it when we release our left mouse button. Okay, it should work now, I think. Should work. I was here from the rings raid just quite. Yeah. So let's see if this works. So when I'm starting to draw now, we should have the sound effect. For some reason I'm continuing to draw when I release the mouse button though. How did I introduce that bug? Why can I not stop drawing now? Hold on. Why can I not stop drawing now? Oh, it's on a cursor move. Yeah. Hold on. The last time I did any coding was for my grad project. You are powerful. What does it mean I am powerful? I have been doing a lot of coding, so I guess it makes sense. Maybe. Hello, Icy, and thank you, Code Monkey, for a sub. 6 months. Pog. Um, Subbing to millionaire? How am I a millionaire? How do you know that I'm a millionaire? How do you come to that conclusion? If I am a streamer, how am I supposed to be a millionaire? All I do is stream, and I stream for 20 people. There's no way I am a millionaire. If I was a millionaire, at that I would not be streaming. I would be working probably instead right now, right? Hmm. Hold on. Mouse move. Cursor move. Okay, I think I can only draw if this draw position is none, I guess. Oh, wait. There you go. I found it. Found the problem. Previous draw position should be none. Here. I even had a warning. But I ignore all the warnings that the compiler gives me all the time. So rich kid cannot even afford the Linux license. Yeah, exactly. Okay, there you go. We have some sound effect now. Right. 3D. Fog. Alright. Here you go. Sound effect feature special for you. Can I go back to doing the grid now? There's the key cracker to activate my Linux license. Keycracker.exe. Where did you get that? It probably came with a virus. You should not just use those things. Um, so I want to draw a grid. I already have a grid. I just need to draw it. So just using the same color shader, instead of using the quad geometry, we're using the grid geometry. Transform is going to be same as our plane. Hold on. Color. Okay, we need to configure the color of the grid. I'm going to draw not the triangle fan, I'm going to draw the lines. Projection matrix, view matrix, those are just like the regular matrix that we have. Self camera uniforms. Alright, and then we need a color and a transform. So for the color, I'm going to go for config grid color. For the transform, it's going to be self planes IDX transform multiplied by scale uniform context config grid cell size multiplied, no, just cell size, that's it. Then I need to add here the color. What should be the color of the grid? Gray? Hmm. Magenta? I don't know. I think magenta is going to be annoying. What is the color of the grid in Blender? By default. I think the default colors in Blender are nice. I think the background is darker than what I have, and then the line colors is just like gray. The background should be darker though. I want it to look the same. So background is going to be like 4 4. Over here we say 7 7 7. You can change the color of the grid. Yeah. I can change the color, but right now it's going to be in the file instead of in the actual settings like inside the program. Because making the UI to configure the settings inside is going to be harder. So I'm just going to do this for now. Invalid operation. Oh shit. Okay, well I know why is it the invalid operation. It's because this is assuming 2D. But I'm doing the 3D matrices here. Color 3D. Can I just do color 3D instead? Color 3D. They're a little bit of a different shaders. Use the color known as the ugliest calendar. Pantone. How? Why is it the ugliest color? Who determined it as the ugliest? Okay, so for the 3D, we need the matrices to be 4x4 matrices instead. That's it. That's basically... That is basically it. That's the only difference. Ugliest colors in the world. Okay, look at this. We have a grid. Okay, so the grid is not infinite. The grid is right now 16 pixels by 16 pixels. So there you go. If I create a new thing and then I try to rotate it like this, it's going to be rotated, right? The grid is rotated and shit. So this is our current drawing plane. It's a new object. I'm going to draw on this plane now instead of the previous one. Right. Pretty good, pretty good. I forgot. You forgot what?
Squiggly rings.
Hello, rings. How could you? Alright. Unity is dead. Yeah, congratulations. How many of you guys in chat use Unity? I do not use Unity, so I don't care. Also, this grid that I have is not really the horizontal grid. This first object is like on a horizontal plane. You don't use Unity either? Yeah, right. Are you going to not use Unity for this LD? Gang is better. I agree. There you go. So you're going to use Gang now? A few years ago I was going to use it, but I didn't like it much. Okay. Okay. So we did a scribble sound and grid. There you go. The next thing that I want to have is my transformations are right now a little bit too much freedom basically. Okay, so since this is mostly supposed to be an application or where I'm going to draw pixels, right? I'm literally seeing the pixels here. It means that when I'm doing the rotation, I want it to be not super free. I want it to be tied to specific rotations. And actually, like, I want basically, when I'm making a 3D object using things, I want my pixels to be connected, you know? So, like, how do I make a 3D? Like, over here, I want to start drawing from this position, and I want them to be perfectly, like, aligned to each other, the pixels, right? So in order to do that, like at least by default, because I can have any transformation on every single plane, I just need some snapping to specific rotations and I guess not only snapping. Let me see. So let's just tilt brush VR. Is that an existing thing? Am I doing something that is already exists? Probably. But it is my own thing. Alright. So what I want is when I'm doing a rotation, right? I think I want to stick to a rotation of 45 degrees, or maybe sometimes this angle. Yeah, that's probably all that I should allow by default on the rotations. So like these angles. 90 degrees, 45 degrees, and sometimes these ones. Right? That should be enough. And also, in order for my pixels to match, if I do a 45 degree, this is going to be the size of 1 pixel. So it's not only the rotation. It's going to mean that I'm also going to scale it at the same time. So when I'm not scaling, this over here is going to be 1 pixel. And when I rotate it by 45 degrees, this is now going to be on this plane to be 1 pixel. So I'm going to scale. Because I do this, the pixels, they are going to be aligned to each other, right? And if I do this angle, then it's also going to be aligned. So it's not just the rotation that I want. Never used Paint 3D. This is the application that I'm making myself. Paint 3D. There is a Paint 3D from Microsoft, but I'm not sure how that works. I literally never launched it. Never did see. What if I actually try Paint 3D? I mean, I'm on Linux, but how does it work? Is it exactly like it works? You just draw and then you move objects around, or no? I have no idea. Is there a video? I'm making it for myself first because we are going to use it for the next LD game. So it's going to not have a lot of features.
A free built-in app on Windows goes up with, depending on the tool. Click elsewhere.
So like I'm not going for the realistic art to draw on it. I'm going for big pixels.
To draw with 2D shapes, you can and also drag its internal handles to customize.
I don't want to have the internal handles.
On the right, adjust filling and stroke color, size, opacity, and either rotate by 90 degrees or flip. You can also use the paste button to apply the current drawing. When you enable it, define the 2D object contours and adjust the default selection if you need. After clicking on Done, now let's see how to draw flowers, trucks, allows you to resize on different directions, changing their extrusion and volume in different ways. Another node called Z-axis position changes the distance between such item and the canvas.
I don't know. This looks different. My thing is going to be much simpler. I just want to draw on different planes and that's it. For now, at least. See what I do next. So what it can do right now, I can draw on different planes. I can create a new plane and then like transform the drawing plane into something else so that I draw over here instead, right? That's all that we have right now. Right. Before testing anything, I need to make it. I started making it yesterday. We want it to be used by other people. I will need to spend more time on it, alright? I'm making this for myself first. Probably not going to be very user-friendly and going to rely on the hotkeys and shit. Okay, so I just wanted. Why only for yourself? Because I want to... Because there are tools that exist for other people, right? Like Blender. You can technically do the same stuff in Blender, right? But, I don't know. There's like too many buttons in Blender. So I need something simpler for myself. And I mean for myself first, but if other people think that this is going to be useful, then maybe we can work on making it better and making it for other people. It is open source anyway. It's on GitHub already. You can try building it. I can make a web build. You know what? I can just make a web build and make you try it as I'm working on it. Let's do this first then, so that you can literally open it in your browser and work and try it out. Cargo game run web. Let's see. You can just use Procreate on your iPad, and Procreate is going to release a 3D specific app. They might have already. I haven't checked. Add a subscription for a program, then you're going to be a billionaire. No. It's first it's going to be free, and then while people start using it, and then I make it a paid application. You know, I think that's the move that is trendy recently. Charge per pixel. Yeah. Is this how it worked? I don't remember. Okay, boys. Here you go. Here is me in the browser. And here is me drawing in the browser. Oh yeah, this is working in the browser too now. Hold on. I cannot rotate my camera for some reason. I do middle click. And I'm not getting the... Why can I not rotate my camera here? Weird. Check this out. Voxel 3D editor. I don't... Yeah. I know that voxels exist. I don't want it to be voxels specifically because I don't like how voxels look. Like if we talk about something like Cube World, right? I don't like how this looks. I mean, it's not bad. It's just... I don't know. I prefer something different. It looks like Minecraft. Well, this does not look like Minecraft though. In Minecraft, you have textures on the things, and in this like voxel arts things, you instead of having a texture on a big plane, on big objects, like in Minecraft, you have a lot of tiny blocks. Not like that. Looks like Minecraft ran away from it. Yeah. Okay, so since it is working on the web, for some reason though, why can I not rotate my camera? Because I'm controlling my pointer, but I'm not getting the sources, which is weird. Developer tools. I mean, everything works, right? I can... Yeah, like, when I lock my cursor, I'm not getting any more events. Did I never implement them, though? He was the only one that didn't like that look? I'm pretty sure. I mean, I like how Minecraft looks, but I don't like how Cube World looks, if that makes sense. Request for pointer lock was denied. I mean, it was not denied, though. As you can see, I have control of the pointer. So it actually does lock it, though, right? Or does it lock it and then it doesn't at the same time? Like, why is this warning? Why do I have this warning? Now I don't have this warning, so I'm not sure. There was a warning about the audio context because, yeah, that's okay. I guess I need to take a look into the engine. Mm. So we have literally a separate events. The cursor move, which is when my cursor is not locked, and the roll mouse move, which we get when we lock the cursor. And yeah, it is only implemented on the backend gluten winit, so on the native backend, not on the web backend. So this means that all good we get 2D Paint in the browser, 3D will be paid. Okay. Window web. All right. I think all I really need is to make. So whatever. What event do we get? We still get the mouse move event, right, on the web platform when my mouse is moving, and inside there I will have a delta, right? Lock cursor. So we do the request pointer lock here. Let's search for the docs. JS request pointer lock. Does it change anything about the events? Let's you asynchronously ask for the pointer to be locked on the given element to track the success. Operating systems enable mouse acceleration by default, which is useful when you sometimes want slow, precise movement, but also want to movement. For some first-person perspective games, however, raw mouse input data is preferred. So this is why we're doing this. Why it's a different event. To disable OS level mouse acceleration to access a raw mouse input, you can set the unadjusted movement to true. But unadjusted movement is not, wait. Unadjusted movement is not even implemented in Firefox. In Safari, so I don't care. Do I? Anyway, it does not matter. Okay, mouse move is still the event. And we have movement X and we have movement Y. So when we have convert event for WebSys mouse event, right? And right now I'm doing this into mouse press, mouse release. And for mouse move, I'm doing the cursor move. But over here, I need to see if my cursor is locked, then it's going to be not cursor move, it's going to be raw mouse move. So we do this. What is wrong here? Why am I not being formatted? This. So mouse move delta is going to be and movement X and movement Y, right? Like this, I think. Do you have an example that is locking the camera? There's a demo. And I'm pressing M. Oh, GLTF. GLTF example is locking the cursor, okay. Cargo run example GLTF. But I want it for the web. Okay, we have a crab. Try to confirm that it works on the web now. So and then I will do the I will just do the web build on the GitHub pages probably. creating server listener are already in use. Okay, because I need to stop this one. Then I will be able to start this one. Okay, let's see. So here we have the crab. And now I can lock my cursor and move my mouse around. Okay. It's like it does work. So now I can do fix web raw mouse. Not done. And now here we do cargo update the gang. We can rebuild it. Wait, what do you mean package gang? Just like this. Okay, and then we have the paint on the web, and now I can draw and I can rotate my camera. But the sensitivity is completely wrong on the web, apparently. So, I mean, it's not wrong, it's very different. Why is it so different, the sensitivity? Also, when I'm moving my mouse and press the button at the same time, there is this jumpy movement, which is weird. Not supposed to happen. I think it's because when you lock, it like moves to the center, the cursor. Yeah, two problems here. One is the sensitivity and another one is the jumpiness. I will need to fix that because I want a 3D game where I'm going to lock the cursor for the LD. Would release flag help? No, I think I'm using the API wrong or something. Like over here, the pointer lock demo, right? We click and we move it around, then we can unlock the cursor. Also, the fact that I can unlock the cursor on the web by just pressing escape all the time. To handle that, I guess. But over here, it doesn't, like, do it randomly. But over here, we need to click. So I cannot do the move. I can. But the jumping is not happening here. Weird. Weird. Because I'm literally just taking the movement X and movement Y here, right? Let me try running the GLTF example again. So over here, does it work here? Yeah, yeah. See, it still jumps over here. If I try like moving my mouse, it's jumping. Like, why is it jumping? GLTF. So what I'm doing here is over here. Let's just do let's just log it out, I guess. So see, the first movement that I get is -44, -27, even although every single other one is just a couple of units of movement. The first one, after I'm locking the cursor, is big. Why? Over here I got two of the same big ones actually. Hold on, this is so weird. Hello, Nautilus. Okay, let's see about the mouse move event. Mouse move event is fired at the element when a pointing device is moved while the cursor hotspot is inside it. Relative to the position of the last mouse move event. But that is not true. When I'm doing the locking of my mouse, right? That is why. So maybe I should not use the movement X, I should do something else. What about lock? There is nothing about the cursor lock on this page. So the problem is, I was moving my mouse, and then I locked the cursor, and then I move my mouse again. And the documentation here says that the movement X is the position relative to the last mouse move event. But before it was, but on the last mouse move event, the cursor was not locked, and now it is locked. So probably it's like in the center, which is why the cursor technically jumps a long way. Which is, yeah, weird, probably. Mouse event, movement X, jumps, unlock. Movement X, Y, jumps when cursor locked in Windows 10. A bug. Fixed, closed. Or we're not on Windows. JavaScript, you close this. JavaScript mouse move event large spikes. A point to lock, if you move the mouse, movement, action movement Y will sometimes return a very large number that seems to be around half the size of the window. Kinda similar to what I have. No answers. Okay, what if I open this? But in Chrome. Is it going to work? Or is it not going to work? Let's see. Here's my Chrome. Did I have a Firefox? Hold on, I think it is a problem in Firefox only. Wait, hold on, something happened. Yeah, over here. Why am I looking from the top? I was moving my mouse to the left. And I'm looking at it from the top all of a sudden. The same problem. See, like, my mouse barely moves over here. And I get the movement X and movement Y as very big numbers. Same as here. In Firefox also my events get lower values for some reason. Why is this a problem? Cursor, lock, mouse, events, weird numbers. I don't know. Event movement, returning odd values. Often get large blips, usually between 500 and 583 of the movement in the opposite direction of the mouse's movement. Kinda similar to what I have. I have an explanation for the first problem. It's a workaround for the second problem. First problem is actually a bug in Chromium version prior to 64. It was dormant until something happened in the Windows 10, but I'm not even on Windows. Even though you would be in the pointer lock, your cursor is invisible, would eventually wrap around. Fix for this is to simply ignore the first mouse move event that moves in the opposite direction. Pog, very good fix. Second problem, where its spikes move in the same direction, is entirely unrelated and is a problem as of Chromium 94. The issue has to do with mice with high polling rates. Oh, that's probably the case. Yeah, I remember that. On Windows, we did. Yeah, my mouse has a high polling rate, which is why. My experience, I've discovered that a polling rate of 1000 is quite bad. 500 less so. And 200 appears to make the issue disappear. I have also discovered that the spikes are consistent with the width of the current window. They're always window inner width. divided by about 2.3. Last one I can only assume is the real distance of the current mouse movement. I'm going to experiment with some more and see if I can't reliably filter out those anomalies. I have settled on solving the second issue by simply ignoring any mouse movement that are greater than window inner width divided by 3 and window inner height divided by 3. Easy fix. Alright. Any one of you do the any locked your cursor in the JavaScript and had the same problem? So apparently it's a bug. I'm in Firefox. This is about Chromium though. It could be helpful if you would throttle your mouse move event in some way. For example, low dash throttle. Would not be executed more than one time per 75 milliseconds. Hold on. Okay. So let's fix this browser bugs by just ignoring the events that are too big, I guess. In Firefox, it's not 1/3 of a window though, is it? Hold on, what is the actual numbers that I get here? 75, 70, 150. How to detect this? What about Chrome? Let's go back to Chrome again. Go to the same stuff. Why am I not seeing the bug? I did see the bug before. Did they hide the bug from me when I opened the console here? Okay, fine. I will close it. Hold on. There happened something. Yeah, look at this. There was one mouse move here where the mouse moved 500 pixels. Or whatever is the units here, but I am literally just like doing little clicks like this, right? So this is a bug. Same as in Firefox. In Firefox it's more consistent. Anyone wants to try it in your browser? Anyone wants to test this? If you are using Firefox, is this going to be the problem for you? Or is it only a problem for me because I'm using a gaming mouse? What if I go into and configure my gaming mouse? So right now, what is my report rate? 1000 hertz, right? And if I change my mouse report rate to be 125, fly. I don't know if it did something. Bug is still there. The report rate doesn't really change anything. Unless this shit doesn't work. Okay, well, at least it's probably not my problem. It's a problem with the browsers. But how do I fix it? Godot. How do other engines fix it? Godot, cursor, log, fix, web, maybe? It works fine for you. So, hold on. So it's only problem with my mouse or what? Or is it problem with Linux? So maybe it's fixed in Windows or something? This is so weird. So what I want you to do is not just like try and click and then move, right? But try clicking while moving, and then it just jumps. And it should not be jumpy like this. Like move and click, and then it jumps. But it should not. It should just start the smooth rotation. Like if you do this, you click and then you move, click and move. It should look the same, right? It should not be just jumping like this. Why is it only buggy for me? Why do I get all the bugs in all the software? Uh, movement X is huge. Movement X and movement Y is misbehaving. This bug is opened 6 years ago. Attachments, canvas HTML. Try to draw a circle. Wait, what? Hold on, wait, what? Why is my mouse moving sometimes? Oh, when I click, it starts always in this middle position. Hold on. What is the source code of this? Or let me see. I disabled multiprocess Windows and it indeed works nearly as good as in Chrome. When the pointer is locked, the browser tries to center the pointer every time you move the mouse, so it cannot escape the window. Then relative pointer motion is computed against the center point. The centering is done by synthesizing a native mouse event. This branch just below prevents the synthesized event from reaching the other side. Yeah, so like, yeah, I guess that this is how they implement it. Makes sense. And then the implementation is buggy. Anyway, how do I fix it? Okay, how do I fix it? How do I fix it? Like, you see this movement? Like, what happens there? How do I fix it? I have no idea. It's so annoying. Hello? Hello, bad cop. How are you doing? Let me show you what I have been working on. Look at this. It's Blender. Did I hear the Unity drama yet? Yeah, I did. Now we can laugh at those Unity users even more than we laughed before. Did I make this? Yes, I made this. I am making this, I mean, right now. Put it in VR. Okay, I just hit a weird bug in the browsers. Um with the cursor lock. Let me show you. So over here I have the crab, right? I have the crab. When I'm moving it, when I'm moving my mouse, the I get the mouse events that have very big numbers, which makes my camera jump. This is a bug in Firefox. It also happens for me in Chrome, and from what I understand, it is related to my my gaming mouse. But yeah, the paint that I'm making, it is for the LD. I'm going to make my art for my LD game using that stuff. So supposedly this bug is connected to the report rate of my gaming mouse. But it doesn't looks like it's fixing. It's not fixing it. I'm still jumping. Doing a little bit of cheating. I mean, no. I'm not making a game yet. I'm making a tool. Like making an engine is not cheating. You know? Learning something that is not Unity before the LD starts would not be cheating. Right? Start every LD by inventing a commuter in Minecraft with redstone. But also in Linux Mint, Firefox with Logitech, and it also works fine. So like you are saying that literally I'm the only person to have this problem. This is so annoying. Hold on, bad cop. You have the Logitech G Pro Wireless 2, right? I think you have the same mouse. Can you check this example? Can you check this example for you in? Oh, you don't use it because it's the problem with this mouse. Is that why you're not using it? See if the camera jumps for you when you try and like do the mouse move and then you click in the middle and then it just breaks for me. I cannot rotate my camera here easily. It always jumps around. It is smooth for you, but you're on Windows. Ah, how do I fix it? So annoying. Why is it only buggy for me? Okay, I think I can just ignore the mouse move if it is big, right? But how do I define big, right? That's the question. What is more than 50 and normal movement X and like usually from what I see I get a movement of 1 to like less than 10. So yeah, more than 50 probably would be safe. But I'm not sure if it's going to be safe for other people. Good morning, Dr. Java. How are you doing? Okay, so I'm literally just going to say here that if delta x is more than 50 or delta y is more than 50, then we ignore, right? Ignore like this. Let's try. Not good. Why not good? Have we issued a Unity complaining? I'm not using Unity, but you guys can talk all about it. Like, is this annoying to you? Okay, yeah, okay. Now this is smooth. Now this is smooth. Now this is good. I am complaining about browsers now, not about Unity, because I don't use Unity and I don't care. But okay, this is how I fix this weird browser bug. I just literally ignore the mouse move when it's more than 50. Okay. What the effing shit are they doing? So here's the thoughts that I have read somewhere from somebody else. That's not my thoughts, but I don't know, maybe that is true. I have no idea. It's because Unreal Engine is becoming better and better and Unity cannot compete. So in order to get a little bit of like instead of letting the engine die, they try to make a little bit of money in the end by forcing you to pay or something like that. That's what I read. This is not the solution. Oh wait, I heard that they like were actually in financial trouble because they were spending too much money, so they needed to make money also, but I'm not sure what they were spending money on. Changing your TOS retroactively. Wait, are they, so does this mean that you need to pay if you made your game before and it became popular already? Or so this is not only about the new project but about the old projects too? Is that true? Is that right? Charging for installs on existing games? Yeah, that is weird. That is even more weird than I thought it would be. Okay. Okay, so we fix. Okay, hold on. Let me make this fix in the engine instead. So window web over here. Okay. This is going to be the delta. And I'm going to say if delta x is more than max or delta y apps is more than max, return none, which means that I'm going to ignore this event literally, right? Egg W browsers suck. Okay, there you go. 50. Fix browsers. It was also about old projects indeed. How they would do that beats me. I'm 99% sure install pings. What is install pings? In Unity to notify that your system has installed a game made by Unity. I don't know. Isn't this similar to some shit that what happened with Java? And Oracle? Okay, anyway. Anyway. Well, are you going to continue using Unity for your stuff or not? Or no? After this news. The engine itself was never great. In Bad Cop's opinion. Alright. Okay, anyway. Here's what I'm going to do for this LD, which is happening in 2 weeks. I'm going to make my paint art, but this time it's going to be in 3D. So I'm making this paint myself, which is going to allow me to draw in 3D. There you go. Okay, so the other thing on the web, which is annoying for some reason, the movement X is very small. Why is it so very small? So if I'm doing a request pointer lock, then movement X and movement Y going to be very, very small compared to what I have without locking the cursor. Locking cursor makes movement X and movement Y very small. People at work are already bringing back CryEngine. Wait, if you make a game in Unreal Engine, are you not supposed to pay money for it too? Unreal Engine is also not free, right? Engine. Nice. Epic will require you to pay Unreal Engine if your game generates more than 1 million. Isn't this the same as in Unity? What is inside the Unity's stuff? Unity. The difference is that Unity does that plus the per install. Wait, so Unreal you only need to pay a certain amount.
Hi?
Doesn't matter how many money you have made. It is going to be the fixed amount of money. But in Unity, it's like the more popular your game is, the more money you need to pay. Hello, better. Okay. Hold on. Mm, Push-up time. All right. Okay, let's go do the push-ups. Wait. Done. Dress already in use. Okay, I want to see there is even more problem. So let me open this here. So I'm logging all the events, right? How much mouse movement is happening. And we try the same, but using the native build. They should be working the same. But for some reason, my sensitivity on the web just becomes lower, and also it is different in Chrome versus... Yeah, definitely. My sensitivity over here is very high. But why? Where's my logs too? Where's my logs? Hello? Oh, because I'm looking it only on the web. Yeah. Wait, is this because my mouse report rate is very high? No, doesn't change much. I don't get it. I don't get it. What is the difference? Maybe it's Winit's implementation. Or maybe, hold on, hold on, hold on. How am I getting it on the native? Like, what is the units here? What is the mouse movement X and mouse movement Y on the web, and what is it in Winit? What is this delta? You just have the device event, which is raw. Is that because I on the web, in order to for this to be the same, request pointer lock. I need to do an adjustment movement, right? Because we're using the mouse acceleration. Although on this system specifically, my mouse acceleration is right now disabled completely, so it should not even matter. But it probably adjusts the speed of the mouse. Anyway. Adjust the movement is not. They're in Firefox though. What about Winit device event? Mouse motion. Changing the physical position of the pointing device. It represents a raw, unfiltered physical motion. Note to be confused with window event cursor moved. Well, I mean, hold on. I guess it is a little bit annoying that it works differently, but with a setting such as mouse sensitivity, it will work anyway, right? And I think just in case, for those browsers that do support it, I need to do the unadjusted movement anyway. Request pointer lock. But the WebSys does not even export the way to do the request pointer lock with some additional options. What about these options? Some browsers do not yet support the promise version of the request browser lock, just the older synchronous version. Okay, whatever. You know what? We just don't care. We just don't care. It should just work. Okay. This is the reason why all games have the mouse sense options. Yes, but I wanted to like my own like when I'm testing the application with the same mouse in the browser and in the native build, it should behave the same. And like, why is it different? Is that I need to have different sensitivity on the web and on the native builds. It's annoying. Also, hold on. I think I might have. So if I move my mouse up, then we start this thing. If I do it on the web, because I think I might have forgot to invert the Y. Yes, I did forget to invert the Y. The Y movement needs to be inverted. Today, hello there. Today I'm working on my Paint app that I started yesterday. It allows me to draw in 3D. Hello there. Invert mouse, move delta Y. Okay, this should be it. Okay, now this works. The sensitivity though. Sensitivity is so annoying. Alright. But it is working. Okay. So, let me do this. Assets. Alright. That is done. Let me make the web build available so that you guys can test it. Maybe you have some ideas how to make it better. You actually try and use it. So GitHub Kubiman Pog Paint over here. Right, I'm going to build it and make it available on the GitHub pages. Rust can join the browser. Well, Rust can be compiled to the WebAssembly, and the WebAssembly can interact with JavaScript on the web, so it can do anything that your browser can do. What is this? Guy invented the wheel. Epic. Yes, epic. Pog. Alright. Okay, how do I make this? Okay, so we did the CI on the GitLab recently, where I was using the Nix, right? But if I'm going to use Nix on GitHub Actions, it's going to take a long time because it's going to download 1,000 billion of gigabytes on the CI. So I should not use the Nix there, right? I can use cache. But the cache on the GitHub Action, like, it still is not going to be as fast as on my GitLab CI because the cache is going to be remote and it's going to download the cache. Because the cache is going to be like several gigabytes. Because when you compile your Rust application, and if we try and see how much my target actually weighs, is 3 gigabytes right now, right? So, like, am I supposed to cache several gigabytes? I mean, if I compile from scratch, it's going to take like 10 minutes on the GitHub CI. But I have stopped using CI on GitHub for that reason, because it is very slow. Even if I do the caches. So we just do this, Rust cache, and then we do a cargo run, right? Cargo build. Let me see, something, maybe Kutzmania. Did I even make the CI for my latest game, which was the Snaked? I didn't even make the CI. Yeah, because CI is slow. It's just so much faster to do it manually. Mm-hmm. But this is what I want, technically. So we literally are going to just do do I want the container? I guess I can do the container. Sure. So we just, the container is going to install this thing so that I don't need to compile that. Even if the CI is slow, it's still worth it because it's reliable once properly set up and the releases can be trusted. Yeah, but when I'm doing like because was doing the game jam specifically, right? If I do it in a game jam and it takes 10 minutes to upload the build and I need to move fast, then it is not worth it. But it is probably worth it in the like whatever we usually do for the long-term projects. But in the CI also, I could use Nix because I'm using Nix locally, right? And I could do something like Nix build uh, web like this, right? So this is going to not only make it work on the CI, it is also going to make this reproducible, right? But this is lower auto lagging. Is it lagging all the time or only when I started this command to compile? When I started? Alright. So yeah, I should limit my Nix and the amount of resources that it should use, right? Okay, over here, this is what we build. We get this. This is our artifact. And then I'm going to have another build, which is going to be the deployment on the GitHub pages. The deployment on the pages. Deploy pages. We're on the main branch. Going to download the artifacts here and then deploy the GitHub pages. And the directory that we're going to publish is the web. This seems like all I need to do. And I'm using the Rust cache here, so technically the first job is going to compile all the dependencies, but the second job should use the cache. So it should not take 10 minutes, the second one. And writing a GitHub workflow is a pain every time, especially if you don't have another workflow to copy from. Would it be interesting if a tool exists to generate workflows depending on your setup? I was wondering, like, you can create your own GitHub actions. So I was wondering if I should make, for my, like, game engine, basically, right? This thing should have a pre-configured GitHub action that I just use, and then it just does all the things that I usually do, which is uploading to each, building web, building native builds, uploading to GitHub pages, setting up a server if it's a multiplayer game, you know, all of those things should be like handled. Probably, but I don't know. What is it doing right now? What is it doing? Okay, well, it's building. It's probably going to be building for... Well, I guess it's not going to be 10 minutes because I'm only building the web build. If I was doing the web and the native builds at this two, that would probably take more time. Only the web should be faster. Alright, we'll wait for it. And then in the meantime, let me continue actually working on the project. So I was going to make some snapping, so it's easier to do the snapping. So when I'm doing the rotation, I want it to be not any rotation, right? I want it to be only specific angles, and also on the specific angles, in order for my pixels to line up, I want them want hold on. I think what I actually want is something like this. So here's our grid, right? And I'm going to basically get my new coordinate system by doing the rotation. So like this was the original one, and then I'm doing the rotation, right? And I get my new x-axis being this. And I want my x-axis basically, instead of it pointing in a random point, I basically am going to round it to the nearest integers on all the three coordinates. So this means, for example, if we're working in 2D, right, and I'm doing a 45-degree rotation, this angle, this point is going to be basically rounded to this point over here, you know? I think that's the easiest way of doing it. This is going to only allow me do 45 and 90 degrees though. If I wanted to do something like this one, this means that I need to multiply by 2 first, and then round, and then divide by 2, I think. Maybe? What is the square root of 2? A twined point 44, which means that 45 degrees is then going to be rounded to this one instead of this one. I multiply by 2 because it's less than 1.5. I mean, if I only have a 45-degree rotation, this is already like probably good enough for a lot of the use cases, right? Let me do this simple thing. When I go into the main, transform mode. Let me do this here. Transform. So we're currently doing the transform mode. This transform mode, but I also want to have the current like unrounded matrix here. I think unrounded. I mean, I guess raw transform is going to be just any matrix, I think. And row transform is going to be originally the current plane transform. Okay, so we're going to perform the transforming for both the translation and rotations, and then we're going to perform the rounding of the metrics. Right? Okay. How do you go to the first non-blank GS? Go to start. Okay. So basically, instead of modifying the plane transform directly here, I'm going to modify the raw transform. Transform, raw transform. This. Like that. Right? Then we're going to round it in the end. So we're going to basically say that plane is going to be here. I don't even need it. So this plane transform is going to be equal to raw transform. But rounded. And over here we need to figure out how to actually round it. So I'm thinking that this transformation defines the coordinate system, and we take the axis of that coordinate system, and we perform the rounding on all of the coordinates there, and that should be easy enough. That should all be all basically. So I can get column and I can get row. I don't remember which one of those is the thing that needs to be rounded. Hold on, I just literally need to round all this, every single element of the matrix. That's it, right? I have the transformation matrix and I need to round every single element of the matrix. I think that is it. That is all that needs to happen. Transform or transform map. X round. This is going to be our plane transform. Maybe that's it. That's all. I don't know. Okay, deployment of the pages actually failed. The deployment of the GitHub pages. Action failed. The process git failed with exit code 128. Unable to access pogpaint.git. I think I remember that. Anyway, let me try and see here. Okay, it is. It is rounded. But it is rounded to pixels, the translation. I think the translation should be rounded to the grid. But the rotation, I'm pretty sure... Yeah, the rotation is basically bounded to 45 degrees. There you go. I can only rotate 45 degrees now. This is going to make it easier to align stuff. Hold on, what the fuck? Something else is wrong here. When I'm doing the rounding, this can happen. Okay, but I can make a vertical wall and a this wall. What does this mean? Hold on. I guess what this means is that when I do a rotation like this, this thing becomes closer. Hold on. We have a grid like this, right? And when I do a rotate, like over here, I think. So this is going to be rounded over here, which is going to be this. And then this is going to be rounded here, which is going to be that. And we end up with a coordinate system which is like this. So this is not exactly the rounding operation that needs to be performed, I guess. What is the good way to do the rounding then? I mean, technically, hold on. Technically, all I need is to round the X and Y. No. Like it's almost what we need. We just need to make sure that the angle is guaranteed to be the same. So like technically, if we know what is X and we know what is Y, then we can know what the Z is, right? But because by doing the cross product of the vectors, right? The Z doesn't matter because our planes we're drawing on a plane, right? So well, it doesn't matter what is the length of the z actor, but we of the z coordinate. Just limiting to the 45 degrees is the rotation is not the solution here. Pretty sure. Okay, anyway, let's try fixing this. So the Git is unable to access the repository, which means that my GitHub pages need to have access to this thing. So GitHub changed something about the actions. Wait. I want to be able to. I want to have write access to the repository from inside my GitHub actions, right? I think I just need this README. Permissions, contents, right. This is what I want. Okay, it should be fixed. Let's think more about this stuff. How do I properly do the locking here? Hold on. So right now this works nicely, right? I cannot do this weird thing like I did before. When did that actually happen? Is it when I do 45 degrees and then I want to do... Oh, this is still working nicely. Oh, wait, hold on. How did that actually happen then? I can only do 45 degrees. No weird shit. Maybe if I do 45 and then I start rotating on a different axis. Oh, wait, hold on. Yeah. So as you can see, this is not a perfect circle now, right? Because on the 45 degrees, this is going to be for the pixels to aligned. It's going to be like aligned here. And there. Wait, they are still not aligned. Okay, I want to align the translation with a higher grid, not with just one pixel. So before doing the rounding here, I think I want something like plane transform. So I cannot set row, right? Row is going to just I guess I will need to have the methods set row and set column. Set column 3 plane transform column 3. We do this basically. X, we multiply this by config grid cell size. Then I do the rounding, and then I divide back by the grid size. But we only want to do this for the translation. So for that, I need the set column. Means that I need to do another thing here. Matrix 4x4. So yeah, I have the get row and get column. Well, I mean, I have the indexing. You know what? I have the indexing. Translation is playing column 3 XYZ app this, and then we'll do plane transform 03 translation 1 2 3 XYZ. That should work. Maybe. Okay. Let's see. So if I draw something and then I try to rotate, this is going to be rotated at the same 45 degrees. Okay. But if I try to move, it doesn't work. Okay. Does this mean that I need to have the row? Because I don't remember. Maybe it's row and I need to set the row then. like this. Oh, it doesn't work. Oh, wait, hold on. I'm just stupid. It should be, this formula is incorrect. I need to divide by the cell size, then do the rounding, then multiply, not multiply, then round, then divide. Because I want... And then probably do that. Probably the column was the correct one. Okay, there you go. There you go. So now when I'm moving, it is moving aligned to the grid, basically. Vertically, horizontally, like on all the axes, everything should be aligned. This now. Right? So if I try to make a perfect box or something, right? Then I will be able to do something like this. Let's do 45 degrees. Then we do another one over here in the bottom, right? And then we do this one. I'm going to move here and then rotate vertically like this. So there, see, this is going to be aligned, right? Then we create a new one, and then we do this, and we have a like an aligned triangle, right? So when it's 45 degrees, it's going to be stretched a little bit, the pixels, but the pixels are going to be aligned, is what matters, right? There you go. Perfect. Line transforms. Okay, let's see if the GitHub Actions succeeded this time. So why over here? Hold on. This should have been inside the cache. Oh, wait. It's because the GitHub Actions... Oh, I didn't push the... Oh, wait, no. The fix, yeah, it actually worked. Okay. Yeah, so it worked for 1 minute and 20 seconds, even although everything was in cache. So that is why I say slow. I mean, it's 1 minute, it's not 10 minutes, right? The first build was happening for almost 4 minutes. This one a little more than 1 minute. But if I do it locally, it's literally going to take 10 seconds, which is why I still prefer it more. But yeah, we did use the cache here. So I only needed to build the application itself. So this means that this should be there now, right? If I do Pog Paint... No. If I do Kuiman GitHub.io / Pog Paint. Pog Paint, not Pog Paint. Pog Paint. Is it case sensitive? It's not. Hold on. If I have... Do I need to go into the settings and enable the pages or something? Hello, Foggy. Source GitHub Actions. Beta. What am I working on right now? Let me show you. In a second. Once this builds, I will show you what I'm working on. I'm preparing for the Ludum there. Are you hyped for the Ludum that is going to happen in 2 weeks? You forgot about it? No way. How could you? Okay, I'm working on my own 3D app. And my own 3D app is going to be me working in 2D, but in 3D. So it's going to be Paint, where I can say hi foggy. Right? Oh shit, I need to fix this sensitivity. I need to move my mouse so far here. Do this in 3D. And then I can, like, move this around. And rotate. Make this vertical. And make something else horizontal. So this is the horizontal line now. So yeah, basically I'm going to make 3D art by composing some 2D art together. Okay. On the web, my mouse sensitivity is wrong, but now you can try this yourself. For those of you who wanted to try it yourself, this is very early on, right? I just literally started this project yesterday, but it is now going to be always deployed on the GitHub pages. You can try it. You can change the color by pressing H and selecting the hue, pressing L, changing the lightness, pressing J, selecting the saturation. You have the colors here too. Also, it looks like I bugged out this thing. Why is my sound still playing? Is it because I tried... Okay. Right. It's a little bit buggy. There's no way to export right now. Yeah, no, not right now. Not right now. I'm trying... I'm not sure what should I export it to, though. I can export it to an OBJ, like STL file, like whatever. GLTF maybe. But... because I'm going to use it myself, I will probably just export it into my own format instead. But we'll see. If other people think that this is a useful thing for them, then I can like work on it more than just making it good enough for myself. Blender, but not sucks. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it is. Okay. And to change the mouse sensitivity on the web, I think. You try it right now. It's going to be very low sensitivity for you too, right? I would assume. Or maybe I don't care about it yet. Really. Okay, what is the next thing? Right now I can only draw, but I should always also be able to erase, right? Erasing is basically drawing with a transparent brush, but I think it should be a separate tool. So let me try doing the eraser. So I need to actually be able to have different tools. Hold on. What if I have a generic tool API? What should the tool be? What is a tool? A tool is something that we can start clicking and dragging, right? So basically, we need to be able to start at the position. Should this tool be... Okay, let me first create a simple tool, which is going to be a tool that is only applying to one plane, right? So because we're trying to draw on multiple planes at the same time, I think there will be a tool later that will like only cover the already painted pixels basically, and we'll be able to do the click through. But this is going to be wait, no, hold on. What am I trying to do here? What I'm saying is that there should be two modes, right? On one of the mode, I'm only drawing and only interacting with the current plane that I have selected. And in the other mode, I would paint over the object that already has been drawn. So imagine if we... This is not formatting. No? Wait, what is an empty one? Hold on. Wait, what? Something is wrong here with... Why did I reload this file and it was empty? Rust Analyzer is failing. Okay. I think it's time to reload Helix. What is happening? So, let's say that I have already drawn a box, right? And I'm trying to use my brush over here. I want sometimes to be able to paint over all the three planes at the same time, right? But right now I'm drawing only on one plane, obviously. And I want to sometimes continue working on the current plane. But sometimes I want to paint over the object that is already been drawn, right? So I think these are the two main modes of this application that we should have. So one is only drawing on one plane and the other one is paint over whatever has been painted already. Which is going to basically ignore the transparent pixels. If I'm going to like draw over here, this is not going to be drawn. So I will be only able to draw over those pixels that are existing. Does that make sense? So first we sculpt the object by creating its overall shape, and then we actually draw on top of that object. But we can do it at the same time if you are efficient enough. It's too bad you can't draw that hairline back on. Does the drawing create the object? Well, we the objects is basically we have multiple drawing planes, right? I have I can transform this drawing plane to be this, and then I can create a new drawing plane and start drawing on this plane instead, right? But what I'm saying about the created objects is this composition of this plane and that plane, right? So when I want to paint over this entire thing, I'm referring to everything that I have painted on all the planes. That is the object, I guess. Mhm. And then the tool is just... Let me see. So those are the two modes, but every single tool, I think... Hold on. What are the tools that we should even have? I should have a regular brush, which is drawing, and I should have an eraser, right? That is it. If I use a bucket tool, what are the tools are there in normal applications? Let me see. Color picker. Color picker is different. The picking, it's not a modifying tool. Eraser and brush, those are similar. Clone tool, selectively copy an image or pattern using a brush. I don't think I need that. I never used that. I paint. Not yet. Smudge. Warp transform. I think it's mostly like just the bucket. Bucket, brush, eraser, and color picker. Those are the 4 tools. Also the selection and copy pasta. Thinking more in the lines of the tool being able to infer the 3D geometry from the 2D drawing on the given plane and construct it. No. I don't want to do that. That sounds like a complex. Maybe that's the task for AI instead. I don't want to be guessing. I want to make something simple so you control everything. So I don't think there is even a notion of a tool, unless the tool is something that we just use for clicking on the entirety of the things, right? So this mode, the plane mode versus the regular mode, makes sense for a brush, for an eraser, for a bucket, probably, maybe, but not for the for the color picker, and not for the selection. I don't think, unless it's a magic wand. Magic wand could be used on the connected objects. I'm not sure how I do this for transformations. Okay, first things first, we need to do just the brush and the eraser. But let me start doing the generic tools anyway. The tool, it is literally just going to me being able to start using the tool. I am going to start using it on the state, the entire state, right? I'm going to be able to mutate the state here. This means that I need to, so like for example, the camera. Oh, I guess I have the, I guess I have. Okay, so we're going to do this. Start. using at a specific position on the screen, right? So it's going to do the raycasting and everything itself. Position on the screen. And we can also do... Okay, if I start, this should return me the state that I'm doing in like one stroke, right? And then stroke needs to be able to be continued. I want this tool to be dynamic, which means that instead of doing self-stroke, I'm going to do dynamic stroke. Object. Stroke is going to be another trait that I'm going to be able to continue. Continue is a keyword. Resume. What is the other word for continue? Resuming seems wrong. Continue the stroke. To another position. Which actually means that I don't want to modify the state directly, I think. I shouldn't even... Because I want to, I think like in Blender or in other applications, does it work in GIMP? If I start drawing and then I do the right click, no, I cannot do but I can do Control Z. Yes. This is like one operation. One stroke is one operation in terms of doing the history. Well, maybe I don't care about it yet. Let me start by figuring out how do I use this before making the trade. How am I actually going to be using it, right? So I'm going to have over here tool that we are trying to use here, right? Box in tool, something. I'm going to be able to select a different tool. So for example, the previous draw position, this belongs in the internal tool state, technically, I think. Transformation is probably actually also just another tool, to be honest. Let me just take out the rendering part here. So like the brush size, right? Struct brush. Okay, we're going to have the color here. We're going to have size. So this is me describing the tool, brush color. Size, color. I guess the color can be optional, and if it's none, then it means that it is an eraser. Then we will like implement tool for brush. So I'm starting the drawing when I'm pressing the left mouse button over here, right? Over here, this code, self tool start at the cursor position, think. Well, obviously we don't have self camera, then yeah, we are going to use the state. So I think this was correct. Going to modify the state. That this mapping should happen. Camera. But the brush size is the brushes size. So this is self, and the color is also self color. And then over here we say start the scribble sound. Start scribble. So that's how we start, and then also our brush needs to know how to continue. So self tool start, and over here I need to take mutable reference to self, but as you can see, this is going to be a problem. Because the tool is inside self. So we need the tool to be separated from the state that the tool is modifying, right? I think so. This means that well, I guess there is like the state, and then there is the app, right? And the app has a tool and has the state. And also, I guess the reference to the context belongs to the app, and buffer size probably belongs to the app. The state is like the current state, like the UI camera belongs to the app only. I think. Camera can be a part of the state. Wheel is part of the app. This is the tool wheel, right? But this is our object, the list of planes that we draw on, and the one that we are having selected. Transform is the transformation that we are currently performing, which is going to go into a different tool. Transform tool. Transform tool. I kind of want this to return the stroke still. Because stroke is going to have the internal state of the stroke, which is like the previous draw position. It does not need to be there for the brush. And for the transform tool, for example, our internal state will have the current transformation that we're doing. Like what are we doing, the translation around along Z or rotation or so I still think that we should return the strokes from here. And I guess optional, because we can fail using the tool. The tool might only be usable in only some locations, so this should be optional, right? So like by default, I'm returning none. But if I actually clicked on a valid location where I can start drawing, then over here I'm doing some boxed brush stroke where the previous draw position is this. I'm going to have struct brush stroke is going to have previous draw position. So this means that the transform I don't like the fact that the scribble is part of it, but sure. Sure. Transform tool. So transform stroke is going to be this. Transform is mode and raw transform, yes. It's just going to be inside the stroke directly. Tool for transform tool. Let me do this. Use tool star. Trade bound brush stroke tool stroke is not satisfied, so we need to also implement stroke for brush stroke, right? And stroke has a resuming. Hold on, like the actual trait that I want is I want to have the type of a stroke here. Stroke is basically my internal data, right? So this is going to return self stroke like this. But in order for this to be a dynamic trait, I need to make a new trait which is called dynamic tool, right? And dynamic tool is going to have the same API, which is going to box din. I guess it's actually any, because I'm going to downcast it back something. Whatever. In stroke. See? So I'm going to implement dynamic tool for tool automatically for every tool that is a tool. This will allow me to make a box trait objects, but this does not allow me to do that. Well, I guess, hold on, actually, no. Yeah, this must be a different trait, I'm pretty sure. So it's literally going to be T as tool start self state position, and I'm going to do a boxing box new like this, because this also must be returning an optional thing, right? And over here we return optional self stroke. So we're going, so over here it's going to be typed, and over here it's going to be dynamic trait. Or is that too complicated? The thing is, because in order for the stroke to resume, it needs to have access to the tool itself, which actually means that resume is going to be a method on the tool. We're going to resume stroke by having access to the stroke here. Right? And for the dynamic tool, the problem is, how do I make sure that this dynamic stroke that I have returned is the stroke that is actually associated? We're going to check this at the runtime. Not sure how to make it checked at compile time actually. So it's going to be a dynamic stroke. Right? When I'm resuming here, I will do ts tool resume self stroke and state and position. But obviously this stroke is a different type. So I need to downcast, which means that this should be like an any type. Done. How do you downcast it? Fix the other errors first. Mm. Wait, can I only downcast an arc? No, hold on. Any downcast mute. Yeah. Just a method on the trait. Why was it? Why was this method not even? Implementation for dynamic any. Oh, it's literally just din any. So it should not be din stroke plus any. Should be din any. Hold on. Does this mean that I need to do here a din any? Literally? There's no way I cannot make this without the runtime check. Hmm. Should it even be a trait then? Maybe it should be like a struct dynamic tool, which is going to be having inner. Well, no, because we will need the dynamic trait object that I cannot create from this one, obviously. But I can at least encapsulate this in this module, right? So this is going to be public, but this one is not going to be public. Oxtin. Cool. Right? Toolbox. I don't know what to call this thing. Maybe like any tool. So the API is going to be something like this. Any tool, we can create it using something which is implementing the tool trait, right? Which means that returning self here, self inner box new tool, because whatever implements the tool trait is going to implement the dynamic tool. Over here, it's going to be the any. So stroke should not be any. The public API over. Should stroke even be a trait? Should not care about it. Return the din any. Here I'm having the din any. Implement stroke for brush stroke. What do you mean? Cannot find it. Oh well, yeah. There is no more. Wait. Instead, we say type stroke is a brush stroke, right? And over here, it's not dynamic. It's an optional brush stroke here. So we don't need the boxing. And over here, so this is going to be not a boxed in tool. It's going to be any tool instead. And the tool is belonging to the app, not to the state. And then next, right? Okay. Let's separate the state and the app. In order for this to happen, I need config, I guess. Because there are some defaults here for the camera. And I will need planes. So I'm creating one plane, one horizontal plane. And now I need the entirety of the context. Fine. Scribble. It's none. Those are the 4 fields that we have. Okay. So then over here, this is on the app. Start scribble is on the state. Means that I need the context to be saved. Brush size and color. This should be the tool that I'm going to have by default. So tool is going to be any tool new using the brush, and the brush is going to have the size this. And it's going to have the color of that. Color is some, yeah, because if it's none, then it's a different thing. Scribble and transform, those things are unneeded. Instead, we need a state. State is going to be state new in the same context. There you go. We need to fix all of the other thing. So when I'm changing the color, it means that I need to change the current brush's color, right? Hold on. When you create an application like this, let's open GIMP in again, right? Is color a part of the brush of the brush or a part of something else? Because we have these two colors here, right? Black, white, and it looks like those are like global parts of the app. When I create the new thing, when I use the brush, this is using the black color. When I use the bucket tool, it is also going to use the same color, right? So this is not part of the brush then, right? It is part of the state of the application. That's right. But the brush size. So should the brush size be a part of the tool? If I increase the brush size, should it increase? Like, yeah, I'm not sure. I feel like sometimes you want to have pre-configured brushes with specific sizes and shit, but yeah, I'm not sure now that I even want my size and my color to be part of the brush even. Okay, you know what? I'm just going to comment this out and say to do here. Changing the color. I don't like the color chooser anyway that I have right now. Over here, what is this? Start wheel. Starting the wheel. This is the color chooser. Color chooser. Maybe I just like comment it out. I mean, this is for the app actually. Color. Yeah, I'm not sure about this thing. Comment it out. Okay, and then we need the resume here. Should this tool actually take the pixel ray already? That's probably it. Instead of having the position on the screen, we use the rays. Right? Think so. A brush would have a type, shape, size, color, opacity. Yes, I'm saying like, is it part of the brush though, or part of a global application state? Because when you're switching from a brush to an eraser, you want to keep the brush size basically in your eraser size, right? You're changing the type, the tool type, but not the tool properties, which are the like color. Like when when you change from a brush to a bucket. All the options would be state of the brush. But then how do you make it so that the some of the options are preserving when you're changing the brush? If you change the brush, I mean, if you change the tool, you're saying a brush would have a type, shape, size, and color, right? But not only a brush has the color, the bucket. So like, bucket is another tool which should use the same color as the currently selected color for the brush, which means that it's not the brush that has the color and not the bucket that has the color. It is overall like you have the currently selected color for whatever tool you're going to use. Is that how it's working, right? In all the apps, I'm pretty sure. Change the type tool, but no other brush states. They're saying instead of a dynamic tool, I mean, this is so yeah, this is basically the tool type, right? And over here we need to like I guess also have the global options, right? All the options are going to be here. So the trait is going to be implemented for the tool. Those all of these options which is going to have the color is going to be here, the size is going to be here, right? But for some tools, the color and the size doesn't matter. So for a bucket, the size doesn't matter. For the eraser, the that doesn't matter, right? But those are still like the global options or something. Different brushes could have their own type of state or options. Yeah, like pencil pen. What would be their own type of state? For a pencil, though. It's just they are going to ignore the size that is given in the options that are global. Size, hardness, opacity, etc. Why is it no? It's not their own, right? I mean, you're just basically saying that. A pencil is a specific sort of a brush. So I guess I don't really see the difference between the brush, the pencil, and the pen. So then, yeah, in that sense, yes, it's like a pre-configured brush. I like I only want to have one brush though for now. The only tools that are going to be different are the eraser, the brush, the transform tool is another tool that we're going to have, and the bucket potentially, right? Good GIMP again. So when you have your bucket, this is bucket field type. These are all the different. Yes, but the color is all the same. You see? If I change the size of a brush here, the size of a brush, and then I go into the eraser, the size is saved. So how is the size saved here? That's my question. Right? Is it just a hack? So this is not a configuration for only this tool. Color will be a global state except for the eraser, which usually just swaps foreground and background. If I change the size of the eraser, it also changes the size of the brush, basically, which means that it's not the size of the eraser, it is the size, which is the global configuration option, even although you can only modify it when you select one of these two, right? And same goes for the angle aspect of the hardness of the brush and the hardness of the eraser are configured together with each other. The opacity, although for some reason, is separate. Like, what is the logic here? What is configured for both tools and what is configured for only one tool? Seems very inconsistent to me. Eraser has its own size field. If it has its own size field, then why does it change both? If I change on the eraser the size, then and I go back to the brush, then the size is going to be changed. Even although maybe like internally the field is a separate field. This link to brush default. Link to brush default is also doesn't seem to have any. Set to brushes default size. Okay. Still changes for both. You're saying no, but I'm seeing a yes. It's a global thing. Okay, we have two different things. There's over here as for the brush, I can change the. Wait, I cannot change the shape though. Hold on. Weird. You usually don't erase the same size you draw. You can configure it. What is this? Dynamics off. Is dynamic? No. Dynamics is like the jitter. You never notice them both changing? You use GIMP? I never use GIMP. Let's take a look at A sprite. I have a sprite over here. Right now, my tool is the pencil tool or the brush, right? And then I have the eraser. Eraser is going to have a different brush size, yes. Which is annoying, actually. And also the shape is square for the eraser for some reason. You can save the brush. You can use Alt 1. Dynamics, pressure, size, velocity, angle, gradient. Okay, well, I mean, not that it matters really. Fine. What about the color and the bucket versus the brush? If you use a brush and then you go into the bucket tool, it should use the same color, right? So the color is global, but not the size. I feel like it should, like in some cases you want it to be same in you want it to be local to the tool. Sometimes it's a global thing, you know? It's almost like in order to make this so like I need to have and to use Procreate more since I spent 2K on an iPad. Yeah. So you buy something useless and you make it useful to make it worth the money. That's right. Okay, we drew downcast, mute, and we unwrap here. That's what we do. Draw line. Okay, let's see. Um, going to match of color with some color, then color into, and if it's none, then transparent black is going to be drawn. So that is the eraser. It's actually pretty nice for digital art, and the price isn't that different from a high-end. If you are a professional, then I guess those Wacoms going to be better. Have more features, no? Their pens useful. That's what I heard. Yeah, actually. Okay, over here I'm doing the transformation. So this is going to go into the transform tool. We already have the pixel rate. Over here, I'm going to return transform stroke, have this mode, and the raw transform is this. Yeah, but there are like professional drawing pads that are pretty expensive ones. Not sure, but I'm assuming they better than an iPad then. That are also portable. All right. Pressing the left mouse button when we are here. I'm doing the wheel. Okay, no method start found for any tool. Oh, wait, hold on. Hold on. When I'm resume within any. Okay, I guess when we have the any tool, we need to be able to do this starting. This start is not even going to return anything. I think. So that's going to save it locally. Stroke. Focused in any, I think. Resume. I guess also another thing that we need to have here is we start resume and we end the stroke. When I start, I say that self stroke is equal to self inner start state rate. Then when I say resume, oh, I guess I can do option any stroke like this, but it's going to be just a tag. It's going to be weird. Stroke. Yo, Salman. The raid. I'm doing something weird here. Have you ever done this? Where you have a trait in Rust, which is allowing you to have the static dispatch, which is nice, like especially with the associated types here, right? Then you want this trait to be dynamic, so you end up, in order to make it a dynamic trait object, end up creating a new trait which works with din any's inside, and I downcast them with unwraps here. Is that normal, or am I doing something very wrong? Not sure. So I'm making a generic trait for all the tools that I'm going to have in my drawing application, right? And my tool can have a, like, I can like start and draw a path with it, and then do the ending, right? So that's why this stroke is having the state while I'm like doing this path, right? But the currently selected tool, I cannot just store it without making it a dynamic trait object, right? Or should I do it somehow differently? I'm not sure. If it's cursed, how should I do it? It's not the first time I did it. The last time I'm pretty sure was very similar problem. Like because of the associated types. No idea how you would do it. Ask smart people like Moscow. So instead of it being a compile time check, I basically do a runtime check that I'm using the stroke from the same tool, basically. If I'm going to use the stroke from a different tool, we're going to panic here. And I'm not sure how to make it. I don't understand the problem. Here is the definition of the tool trait, tool trait, right? We're going to start drawing by clicking on the screen at a specific position, right? And this is going to start the stroke. So we're going to use this pattern where, like, in order to start the stroke, we're going to return the stroke here from this method, right? And I'm going to then resume the stroke by using this method, which takes an additional parameter of the existing stroke. The stroke can be dropped, and like in that case, I would probably actually want to like drop to cancel the thing, or we can end it normally. Why? What do you mean why? Why what? Why trait, not an object? Normal object that encapsulate the state. Which state? What do you mean? I want to have multiple tools, right? I want to have the brush. I want to have the eraser. I want to have the bucket. Those tools, they basically act differently. The stroke, you want this because the stroke depends on the tool, right? For the transform tool, for example, the internal state of the like that I have while I'm interacting is different than the state of the stroke for a brush or for other tools. That is why it's not a normal. I mean, it is a normal object, but it is different object depending on the tool. That's why it's an associated type. I mean, it's not a big problem. It's just I'm moving some checks into the runtime here. Can we not do T where stroke brush? No, we can do like a generic like function where this is a tool and over here the stroke is something is specific, right? Just like the iterators and shit. But the stroke actually depends on the tool, right? I want in my application state, I want to be able to switch my current tool. So like current tool is what should be here. So in order for it to be any tool, I want to have the interface that describes all the tools. So I have it over here, right? But this trait cannot be made into a trait object. So instead of having a trait object, I'm instead doing this hack here that does all of that. The third type encapsulates T where T is stroke. I don't understand what is this T where T is stroke. I move this associated type to be checked at runtime instead of it being checked at compile time. Moving the dynamic trait object with a dynamic associated type, basically. Generic constraint. Yes, but what is T is stroke? I don't need T is stroke anywhere. I want T where T is tool. That's what I want. And I want it to be like a dynamically selectable so that I can store it in a variable, the current tool. That's what this is about. So over here, the any stroke, like instead of it being the associated type, I do a boxed in any. I guess. It's almost like this thing can be automated. Isn't it a drive or something? What if I search for it? Rust tin trait associated type. I see union tool. Brush and stroke. Well, this is the thing I want. I'm not going to write any unsafe code. This thing seems wrong. What? Traction union? No, not really. Hold on. There you go. There you go. You see, I'm not the only one who does this. Here's the crate. Dynamize. In order to turn a trait into a trait object, the trait must be object safe and all the values of the associated types must be specified. However, sometimes you want a trait object to be able to encompass trait implementations with different associated type values. This crate provides a procedural macro to achieve that. So here you go. You have a trait where you have an associated type, right? So you want to instead have a dynamic trait which returns super error. What is the super error? So yeah, you cannot do the din client here. That's what we want. Dynamize, dynamize. This will add this attribute to your crate. Provide range bound for each associated type. Trade bound. Oh, into a super error. The new dynamize trait can be used without having to specify the associated type value. How does this work? For example, dynamize generates the following code: dynamic client super. How does this actually work? The destination type of the associated type is determined by looking at its trait bounds. If the first trait bound is into, destination type is T. Otherwise, destination type is the boxed trait object of all trait bounds. For example, error plus send becomes boxed in error and send. Dynamize can convert associated types. And if we have no trade bounds, then it should be a boxed in any, am I right? Dynamize can convert associated types. And types. Fallback parameters. To understand if you represent data with the following types: tools, options, results. What about a reference to the associated type? How to box a trait that has the associated types. Looks like this example is wrong because it only produces the error, right? But what if the methods also take it? Unions aren't the way to go here. I don't think so. They are definitely not the way. I think I can just do whatever I started to do here. E as tool zoom self stroke downcast wrap date. There you go. It is not a matter of the to go. Not resume but end. No, I'm pretty sure that I'm like the way I'm doing this is going to work. I just don't like this solution. So I was wondering if there is a better solution. So glitch. Maybe glitch can see what I'm doing here. Do I need to explain it again? You just have you ever did this where you have a trait with an associated type and you want to make it a dynamic trait, right? Object safety. So I'm making another another trait because of that, which is using dynamic any's, and it's going to basically be checked at runtime instead. I'm gonna use enum dispatch for the tools instead, I guess, but enum dispatch does not allow one to create a tool like if it's an enum, then this tool cannot exist in a different library, right? I can and will not be able to extend it. But yeah, I guess enum would work. But I don't like using the enums in this case. Evan, we are here to learn. Alright. But actually today is when I want someone to teach me. Because hello Paintman, hello Arya. Okay guys, here's what I'm working on. Here's what I'm working on. Movieman GitHub IO. I have made it onto the GitHub pages. It's called Pog Paint. Is that Rust? Yes, it is Rust. Here's what I'm making. I'm making a paint application where I can draw in 3D. Alright? Then I can like do this. Get my sensitivity on the web is not very good. And I can like start drawing on the other plane. And we will actually have a 3D object this way. If it doesn't cost 20 cents, I don't want it. Alright. We have determined the price. I mean, right now it's free, but we can always change it later, you know? Like some other people do. The whole thing you're actually doing is that Transcript is doing with the digest crate to din digest. I also found this this over here, the crate dynamize, which is basically a proc macro that is going to generate the dynamic trait for me. It's a bad pattern, but it works. Link Pog Paint. It's an early version, so. The hell did Pog Paint turn into 3D ultra realistic graphics paint? I mean, it was always supposed to be this. What is that? It looks slightly different from the nope stuff I write. What kind of stuff do you write? How do you change the plane? Using the middle mouse button, you can rotate the camera to change the plane. So if you hold the T key right now, if you hold the T key, it's going to show this gizmo, right? So you can click on certain things and start rotating this thing around. It is locked to 45 degrees rotation. Also, maybe like right now for me at least, it is very low sensitivity, so I need to move my mouse around a lot. For some reason in the browsers, the sensitivity is different than in the native application. But yeah, so you can like create a plane like this, and using the C keyword, C hotkey, you are creating a new plane basically. So C is creating a new horizontal plane, and then you can use tab to switch between the planes that you have created. So you can have both. Then you can create as many as you want. Here you go. 3 different stuffs. You cannot interact with the gizmo on a Mac. Sensitivity might be dramatically different on macOS. I've had problem with that on the web and for standalone apps. Apple hadn't calculated stuff differently. I am the reason. I mean, I'm capturing my cursor, right? I'm capturing the cursor. And I'm using the movement X and movement Y of the of the of the JavaScript event. That's what I'm doing. Only one axis works. Weird. I don't know. They should all work. Pretty sure they all work for me. But for the rotationals, you probably need to move it a lot. I'm moving multiple of my mouse. Okay. Now I'm like trying to organize this stuff to also have the eraser tool and something else. I just started this project yesterday, so guys, it is very raw right now. Start. Arguments to this state are incorrect. Found. Okay, so over here we do the self state. And not the cursor position. Let's see. Ray. Self state camera pixel ray. Go. I can move it in X and Y, but you cannot rotate. Try moving your mouse more. Try moving your mouse more. Like, move it a lot. And confirm on Ubuntu Brave, I can rotate the plane with Gizmo, but couldn't draw off the plane. What do you mean draw off the plane? You're supposed to draw on the plane, not off the plane. You had to basically throw your mouse across the desk? Yeah. Yeah, like for the I'm not lowering the sensitivity because on the native build I am getting completely different values. So I like until there is a sensitivity like configuration inside there, it's going to probably be low. Because on my native build it is too fast, on my web it is too slow. It's weird. Also, I found a bug in the browsers. When I capture my mouse, I also sometimes get these weird events of movement, which are like 1000 movement. Do you compile this to WASM? Yes. Any possibility to share this project on GitHub? It is already shared on GitHub. GitHub Kuviman Pog Paint. Over here. Here's the link. Why did I decided to name it Pog Paint? Well, because it's paint, but it's also Pog. You know? I don't know. You have an idea for a better name? It's because I thought about the name for like 2 seconds. Paintman. I call it Paintman. Maybe. Is Paintman already existing? Paintman Paint. Our traditional hand-mixed coach enamel paints and accessories for branch roller. I guess that's not an application. You do it a lot. What exactly? Call in your project Pog. Everything we make is Pog, right? That's how we name our things. Tomorrow we make our own programming language. We are going to call it Poglang. and then we make our own operating system. It's going to be called Pog OS. All right. Great. Okay, we're starting this, and this is going to be the stroke, right? So stroke is this. Means that I need to save the current stroke. Option, any stroke. Draw RS because, you know. I mean, are you proposing a name or is this thing already existing? You're proposing, right? Okay, so when we're releasing the mouse, this means that we are ending the stroke, basically. So I say that if some stroke is self-stroke take, then self-tool end using the stroke and the state and the position. In that case, sure that I can unwrap here. Mm. An improvement, draw 3 RS. Drawers. How about painters though? Painters. Because we're doing painting, so we're painters. So it's going to be paint 3 RS. Because painter is something that is doing the painting, but drawer is not something that is doing the drawing, right? Drawer is like a different thing. Actually, I can be a drawer. Okay. A person who produces a drawing or design. Is that actually a thing? Because I only know about the other drawer. The one where I put all of the unused things. Alright. Okay. Let's see. Tool for brush. So when we are ending the brush stroke, I'm going to end the scribble sound effect. Right? And then the transform over here is just going to be nothing. Ignore that because we're just literally just going to drop the stroke. Alright, next thing. Raw mouse move. Oh wait, hold on. So the tool can also have the raw mouse move. So there are two types of tools, right? One of them is taking the raw mouse and the other one is taking not the raw one. Okay. You still prefer painters? Right. What about the Paint 3 though? Because I know that Paint 3D already exists, right? But what about just Paint 3? Paint 3. Too close of a name to Paint 3D. Unless we literally call it Paint 3 RS. Like, that is going to be the name, right? And then if you search for that, it's going to be Paint. So there is a Painter official. YouTube. There's a Painter everywhere. But there is no Painters. There's a GNU Painter. Paint 3R. There's this Mint Maker in Python. Requires Pygame and NumPy. Done in 10 hours while learning Pygame. Why did they call this Paint 3 R if there is no 3D here? Alright. Okay, so it looks like the tool can be... So we're going to start with array, right? This is going to be a stroke. But the stroke... Okay, let's have the stroke tray. I don't know. Hold on. So when we use the tool, it is one of the two cases. Either we're going to lock the cursor for the transform, or we don't lock it, right? In So if we don't lock it, then instead of getting a new like ray as the continuation of the stroke, it's going to be like the movement of the mouse, right? In that case, that's not even... And like the transform tool can go into both ways, I think. In order to move something on the screen, I think I'm not going to actually lock the mouse. That's going to be better. But for the rotations, I do want to do the locking, I think. Or maybe even for the rotation edge, I don't lock. I'm not sure. Because I don't like how the current interaction with the gizmo works. You know what I think? How it should work? I think it should work like if we have a... If I have a gizmo here, this little circle, right? Then if I start clicking here, if I started by clicking here, and then I move my mouse over here, right? Then it means that we just need to move from this direction to this direction. I think this is going to be more intuitive then, instead of what I'm doing right now. So I think I actually don't want to lock the mouse here. I want to lock the mouse when I'm doing the camera movement though, I'm pretty sure. But for interaction with the gizmos, I don't need to. Maybe I'm actually going to redo that. Start, resume, end. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, then I don't want to think about the tools that lock the cursor. Yeah, I don't want. Which means that I'm going to redo completely this thing. Think. Going to redo the transformation completely. Which means that I'm going to delete that. We're going to only use the row mouse move to... how do I undo the selection of the lines? I don't... like in Vim, I can go into the line selection mode and then like go up to unselect. But in Helix, I have no idea. Right, I'm going to delete that. I'm going to do no matching here, and this is literally just going to be me modifying the camera always. So I'm going to only lock the camera for lock the mouse for interacting with the camera. And I also want to have a first person mode where we don't even need to click the middle mouse button. But the camera is always going to be there. So camera. Okay, and when we're doing the cursor movement, we create this ray. And instead of doing all of that, we're going to say that if we are currently doing a stroke, if stroke is mute self stroke, then we do self tool resume, right? Using the stroke self state and the ray. There you go. So this thing is to go back to here. So when we're resuming the brush, I'm resuming the brush. Mm-hmm. We use the same brush for the eraser too. Previous draw position is on the stroke. Previous draw position, and this is not optional. So what happens here? Previously the logic was if I start drawing and then I drag my mouse somewhere into the infinity, then I stop drawing. But should I even stop the drawing here? Should I just that? Ignore that. Okay, how many more errors do we have? Just 10? Okay. It's going to work soon. Most of those are easy. One more. State is not a future. So the reason that state is not a future is means that I need to create not the state of the application, I need to create the application itself and then run that thing. Parameter type impl tool does not live long enough. Impl tool plus static, sure. That's how we do it. No, that is not all the errors. Type parameter t as stroke does not live long enough. The strokes must be static. We don't want any references there. Stroke is static. It's the only thing there. All right. That is not all. What is the next one? Private types transform stroke. Okay, this must be public. Yes. That's it. Is that it? I think that's it. Okay. I'm not going to be able to do the transform now because unwrap at none. Hold on. Tool 52. Wait, so I literally did a downcast and it didn't work? Hold on, I literally did a downcast and it didn't work. Even though I'm using... Hold on. So I can do the dots, but if I start moving, this is when I'm resuming my stroke, right? It says that the stroke that I have created here is different. Okay, I think it's because the mutable din any is wrong here. Yeah, we're resuming the mutable stroke inner, but stroke inner is the box din any, right? We want the mutable reference to the din any itself, which means that I want a mutable reference to the dereference stroke inner. So I want to the reference to the inner thing, not to that thing. And it works. All right, nice. So now we can move the camera. I can. Okay, so now this gizmo is not interactable with because I want this to be a different tool. Basically, I want it to be a different tool. That's what I want. That is what I want. Let me also move. I guess Let me see. There's going to be a brush, and there's going to be a transform. So those are the two tools that we already had, and I want them to be separated. Otherwise, my main file here is already 400 lines. That is too big for me. I don't like these big things. Yep. Okay, so we have the brush, tool, brush stroke. Here's all that we are doing. So I'm going to just move it here. This must be a public brush that implements the tool. Wait, why was I... Hold on. They told me that the transform stroke was like public type, private type in public interface, but isn't this the same over here? This is private type in the public interface when I'm implementing the trait, no? Is that not a problem? Okay, and then the transform tool, transform stroke. This is something that I need to implement again. Transform, this thing doesn't even exist. We just have the transform tool and transform stroke. Yeah, it's weird. It's literally was complaining to me about the public stroke was not being the public type, but it did not say so. About the brush stroke, so weird. Okay, so basically we use brush, we use transform tool. So those are the two tools, and what I want. Also, let me do this function new using the context because we want this size there, right? Size config default brush size and color config default. Huh? What is the default color? Oh, it's not even inside the config. All right. Okay, so we just do brush new like this. Let's hold default brush color, default brush size. Yeah, see? Oh, this is being complained about. Okay, in the config tunnel, we're going to have a section that is called default brush, and we're going to have size 3 and color. I guess black. Black default color is better. Or should it be white? Because we have the dark background right now. I'm not sure. What is the better default color? Yeah, I guess white is better. Okay, and then transform tool. I'm going to implement it here, but inside my main, I basically want et So, for example, the tool should also be able to draw something additional on the screen, such as the gizmo. That is what the transform tool is going to do over here. Transform tool. We're going to have the draw method here. Draw. I guess stroke is going to be an optional reference. I guess it doesn't need to be a reference. It can be mutable. Stroke. Without the ray. Like this. Okay. So same is going to be for our dynamic trait then. Go on. Stroke is going to be mutable in any. Again. Here we do T as tool draw self stroke downcast stroke map stroke downcast mute wrap state and the frame buffer. Okay, so for example, the regular brush can draw the thing that is going to be drawn basically. So like right now, all we see is the cursor itself, right? But we want to see the little circle that represents what is going to be drawn, right? That is what's going to be here in the draw method of the brush, but that's going to happen later. Mm. Okay, and then we want inside the main here to continue. Yeah, basically it's going to be a key press. A key press. So I'm going to switch in between the tools using the key shortcuts, right? So it basically is going to be B for brush, B for brush, and T for transform. So here I'm going to say self tool is any tool to transform tool new. And over here it's going to be self tool is any tool new. Hold on, self. I'm going to actually make a method for this. Switch tool into brush new. This because for example, when I'm switching the tool, I need to make sure that my current stroke is finished. One of the other things that I check here. And T is a transform tool. Which tool? Which tool? Tool is something that implements the tool trait. And I'm going to just say that it's going to be mutable self. Self tool is any tool new. And we are going to assert, well, not assert, but we need to finish the current stroke. Maybe I should only be able to do it if it's not finished. So if self stroke is some, then return. Either this or we need to finish the current stroke when we switch the tool. Okay, transform tool should have the new turn self. Okay. So let's see. When we start, we figure out what are we are raycasting into the gizmo, right? So we know we know what we are going to do in terms of the transformation. That is our transform stroke. It has the mode and the row transformation. Yeah, sure. Hold on, I need to actually like redo this completely, right? Because I have deleted and I don't want it to lock my mouse anymore. Yeah, it's going to be a new and better transform tool. Okay, let me take a quick break though. 1 second. All right. So here's what I want, right? I want to implement this new like thing. And in order to do that, I need to know the original actually transformation. I think I need to know the original transform, which is going to be a matrix. Um, yeah, I don't really need the raw that. I mean, we'll see. Original transform is plain transform. All right. Okay, I also want to save the point. So we have transform mode, right? We are either doing the translation or we're doing the rotation. And yeah, when I'm doing the raycasting here, I'm returning the transform mode. But this is not enough for me to know about the mode. Because I want to know the original point. Ooh. Or I can just do it here. Okay, mode. So basically, what I want is I want to save this original point that I started the interaction with, then knowing the original point, the original transformation, and the new point, I can calculate the final transformation basically by calculating the angle between these 2 points for the rotation, for example. Or if we are doing the translation, we started over here and we ended like over here. So yeah, that's the distance that we're going to move. Okay. Let me try implementing the rotation first. I feel like rotation is easier here. Mhm. Okay, original okay, start point basically. Just have this as a position in this space like that. So I'm going to match mode and calculate the start point based on that. if I am doing the rotation around the axis, right, then if I'm doing the rotation around the axis, if I'm doing the rotation around the axis, then I need to find the point on this plane that is perpendicular to the axis that I'm rotating around. That's what I need, right? So I need to basically literally just raycast into a plane. I already do this, but whatever. I already have a ray. Hold on. Basically, the equation is something like this: ray from plus ray direction multiplied by t minus the position on the of the gizmo itself, right? So basically, plane position. Plane position. Let's calculate the plane position. Plane position is plane transform multiplied by back 40001 to 3D. This. So yeah, the dot product of this and the axis must be 0, right? So we say that t is going to be equal to plane position minus ray from the dot product of this axis divided by dot product of ray direction and axis, like that, right? And I like say that original I mean, we just say that ray from plus ray direction multiplied by t. This is the actual original point. Okay. And then I'm going to do exactly the same. When I'm doing the resume, when we're ending the transform, I'm just doing nothing. When I'm doing this here, this is going to be a new position. So we know the old position, we know the last position, right? Match stroke mode. We're doing the rotation specifically here. So this is the new position. Plane position. Like that. We're going to mutate the plane here. Rotate axis. Okay, so we find the new position, we know the old position, and now the angle of rotation is the angle of rotation, like inside that plane, you know? Yeah. Yeah, yeah. And then we need to change plane, transform plane, round. Can I search here? Round. No matches found? No way. This thing, this is what I want. Ah, shit. How do I copy things from there? From the old... I have no idea how to do this in Helix. I cannot access the git log directly. Just copy paste from the terminal. I don't know. Seems like another use case for VS Code. I just want this. My rounding. Okay, so I'm changing the row transform here. Right? I'm going to say that stroke raw transform is going to be equal over here. We are going to modify the original transform to stroke original transform. And we rotate it around the axis. We know the previous point and the new point. Okay, I want to modify the transform by doing... Yeah, I'm going to rotate around the plane position. Obviously, too. Okay. I'm going to modify but by translate by negative plane position. And then we do translate positive plane position. Then in the middle, I'm going to do the rotation, which is going to be from orts. Actually, no. Hold on. How do... Okay, I guess actually just the rotate. Rotate around the axis. And I want to find the angle, right? In order to find the angle, though, I want to find the original angle. It's going to be for the position. So the angle that we're rotating is angle of the new position minus angle of the stroke start point, I guess. Start point and new point. Angle is returning the angle, right? And this is taking it back. All right. So in order to calculate the angle here, I just need to do new point. No. Angle. Hold on. Point minus plane position. Hold on, I want to find the angle between the two vectors, right? Hold on. V1 is stroke start point minus main position. And V2 is stroke new point. Oh, just new point minus plane position. And I want to find the angle between these two. So I'm going to do, so the angle, we need to provide the sine and cosine and do the A10 too, right? The sine is going to be the cross product. We do cross V1, V2, but this is a vec, so I need to find the dot product of this and the axis. Axis is a unit one. So this is going to be the sine, and the cosine is going to be the dot product of V1 and V2. And then we do a 2D vec by this and take its argument. And this is going to be the angle in between. That's right. Simple tool static. I guess you know what? You know what? We just need to say that tool is static here. Be enough.
Hello?
Hi. Herzl. Are we painting yet? Yeah, I'm re-implementing currently the tool, so like I have the abstract notion of a tool now in this thing. So we have the brush tool, and then if I press T, then it's going to be the transform tool, which is not yet implemented, transform 32. The translate. Yeah, okay. I need to draw the gizmo though. And to draw the gizmo, stroke is optional. And I think I want right here to do, hold on, stroke, map, or plane transform, stroke, raw transform. Like this. How do you find references? GR, find references. And I cannot find the references. Because I need to go to the to this. Ah, okay. Makes sense, makes sense. Tool draw. Huh? Okay, I'm not calling the draw method of the tool that I have. So what I'm going to do. This is me drawing the grid, by the way. Should I draw the grid only if I have the paint, the brush tool? I don't know. Anyway, this is grid. Okay, self tool draw. Frame buffer. Self stroke as mute. Self state. And to have the draw here. Okay, I think this should be it. Okay, so now I think if I switch into the transform tool, we should start seeing the gizmo. Yeah, and then when I press B, I go back into the brush mode and I can start drawing. So these tools are completely different now. If I press T, then I'm going to be able to do the rotations. Hold on. I do not need to lock the cursor now here. And when I end, I do not need to unlock or anything. Oh my god, I hate this. When I press Ctrl Z in Helix, but the Rust Analyzer is still locking the build directory. Okay, so here you go. It is a little bit wrong right now. It is negated actually. Hold on. It is actually negated right now. I need this angle to be negative. Happened again. Okay, so now it's working different. This thing is going to be better because I am literally like look at this. I am going to basically click on this end of the red axis, right? I am basically like dragging this axis itself is what is going to happen now. What is happening? I'm doing the transformations. I mean, I guess sometimes it's a little weird. I agree. There is a little bit of the weirdness happening here, but overall, it is almost correct. Hold on. Hold on. Let me restart. Let me restart. Oh, wait. Hold on. If I do... Hold on. I see this. It should be dot first and then cross. Because the argument is not a10-2. Takes x and then y. Okay, there you go. Look at this. So basically, I'm basically moving my mouse around this like circle, the blue circle, and I'm rotating. Yeah, this is much more intuitive than it was before. Okay. And then it's also snaps to grid. Over here I'm rotating the green circle. So what happened is over here. This is a little bit wrong. Okay, hold on. Hold on. What the hell is this? This might happen if my axis is not a unit vector, right? Rotate. What is my rotate? When I'm constructing this thing, let's see. It's constructed over here. Z is a vec. Unit X, unit Y, unit Z. Yeah. It is not necessarily a unit. Okay. The axis that we're rotating around is not necessarily a unit vec. That's the problem. So let's just make sure that axis is axis normalize, right? Yeah, I think that should fix it. Because otherwise, when I'm rotating around the non-unit, I'm also doing the scaling there. Yeah, we do not yet implement thing. Okay, so this should be all good now. But yeah, we're doing a little bit of scaling, and we can scale even more and more eventually. That is the problem with my current snapping to the grid implementation, but that's a different issue. I can just disable the snapping too, and it should be working fine then. But yeah, I like this much more than the rotation that I had before. Okay, and now we implement the translation along the axis. So if I'm translating along the axis, then the point I need to find, then I need to find, so here's the axis that I'm trying to like translate along, and on the screen I'm clicking over here. I need to find the closest point to this from the point of view of the camera, I think, right? And then I started by clicking over here. So I find this closest point, I find that closest point, and this is our translation vector, right? So the thing that I need to do here is to find the closest point to the line. And it's not just the closest point to the line from another. Is it just the closest point between two lines? Or is it not? Because this is basically a ray. This is a like we're doing the ray cast. So this is technically just a line. And I want to find the closest position. All right. Do you know the math for finding the closest point to a line from another line? No? Well, I mean, it is simple. You just need to find, so like, the direction here in between the two lines is going to be the cross product of the directions of the two lines, because the line that is connecting the closest points together is perpendicular to both lines. So that means that it's along the thing. Let me extract this actually. You know what? Let me do this function here. Function closest function I guess point may like based on the mode. Transform mode. Going to return just a point. You know, no, whatever. Closest function, closest point to line from array. So we have array and we have a line, you know, and the line is going to be basically another array. We're going to return it back. Okay, so normal is going to be the cross product of array direction and line direction, and then we have similar formula to this one, right? Where we basically need to go along the array hold on. So I know the distance between the two lines, right? The distance is hold on. Is it easy? The distance is like the dot product. This vector here. What is the thing? Oh, wait. Okay. Here we go. The cross product of so it's like we are going along the ray, right? And the cross product of this minus the line from hold on, what? Wait, how do we calculate the distance to the line from a point? It is the cross product, right? Yeah. But the thing is, we want to find the closest, right? Those lines, they don't necessarily intersect, is the problem. Hold on. All right, fine. Let me Google really quick. Closest point to lines 3D. Am I too late? Late for what? Dream? Never too late. You know how to calculate the shortest distance between two lines in 3D space? 3D points closest to multiple lines in 3D space. Closest point between two lines. The idea is that for the line segment for the the shortest length, it has to be perpendicular to both other lines. Yes, so we want to find the cross product. Yeah, this is pretty simple. Now for this line to meet also the second line, you have P1 plus T1 V1 plus T3 V3 is P2 plus P2 V2. That makes sense. So we go along the first line, then we go along the perpendicular, and then we end up on the second line. With this, you have three linear equations and three variables, T1, T2, and T3. Wait, what is the first one? L3. At the particular line, start from a point P1 plus T1 of the first line. Have the tangent vector V3. Line 3 is P1 plus T1 V1 plus T3. Yeah, that's not the equation. Hold on. How do we have three linear equations? Is this the three linear equations? No, hold on. Where is the three linear equations? I only see one. This is the only one. Once you solve for them, the closest point will be this. Hold on, where is the three linear equations? Am I stupid? Why am I only seeing one? But they say there's three. This is not an equation. Because we can just get a v3, because v3 is a constant. So this has already been solved. This has already been solved. This is just the definition of the third line. Huh? Consider two lines in vector form, such as v1 is a1 plus cb. CD and are constants. Considering two lines in vector form as v1 C and D are constants. What constant? Like, hold on. All the other like A1 and B are. Hold on. A1 is also a constant, no? A1 are the position vector of some point. The respective. Yeah, okay. Is a constant. All right. B parallel vector to both the vectors v1 and v2. Wait, what? This is so confusing. What do you mean the vector that is parallel to both vectors v1 and v2? If you have two vectors, how can you have the vector that is parallel to them both? Any vector in that plane? No, hold on, no. What? If you have two lines, can you have a third line that is parallel to them both? No, I don't think so. Unless the original lines are parallel to each other. Yeah. Hello, Rinks.
Squiggly rings.
Going nice. I'm trying to do some math here. So that, like, the transforms are easier.
Squiggly rings.
I want to find the closest point from one line to the other line. And this is confusing. What I'm looking here. Okay, line 1 is this, line 2 is this. Now let the distance be the minimized at T1 is R and T2 is S. Let the line L1 R, L2 S is the perpendicular to both. Okay, that makes sense. So a vector in the direction of that line, perpendicular to vectors in the direction of each of those lines. Yes. Oh, so you construct these equations here. Okay. Writing all of the components in the equation, multiplying component-wise and collecting similar terms, we can rearrange the equation into something like this. Yes. So yeah. I was so confusing by this answer. It says that you have 3 linear equations with 3 variables, but in this one, we actually have 2 linear equations with 2 variables, which is completely different. If I rated you and everyone went hello rings, would that be too annoying? No, it's okay. It is okay. The only annoying thing is that when I'm trying to do math and I don't understand it. That is annoying. You can also spam some other things, like an actual jump scare, instead of squiggly rings being the jump scare, which is yeah. Because it's not going to be a jump scare when I get raided, but when it just happens randomly, it is actually much scarier.
Can you read chat, please?
Oh, or fart? Yes. Yes, squiggly makes more sense. You are reading. Okay. Closest point to line. Okay. Is there a more generic way than just like solving this? Let's see here. A plus B. Their cross product is C. And then T.
Can you read chat, please?
A language that lacks the solver for systems of equations as we see it, Brian. So I thought I'd try a different solution. It too relies on perpendicularity, but it works by scaling the unit vector B with the length of B projected on the AB plane or the rejection of A and C from B. Given lines, this and that, their cross product C, then T. What the fuck is T? Is R divided by BR. R is the rejection. D minus ADA minus CDC, where D is the offset. B minus A.
Can you rechat, please?
I can, but if there was a solution to my problem in the chat that is easier than what I'm seeing, then it would be nicer. Then I would actually read chat. No? No, that is Davey. Davey's voice.
Now here I want to find the shortest distance between two skew lines in space. That's two lines that don't intersect. And for a bit of variety, I've not put down any particular equation for the line, I've just put down information describing the line, a point on it and its direction. So here are two lines then. There's line 1 lying in some direction in space, and there's line 2, we'll just say this lies in this particular direction, because that after all is just a two-dimensional representation, and there'd be some viewpoint in space which would have the pair of them looking like that. And I'll just put in some of this information here. Line 1, we're saying, is a line that passes through the point 0, 2, -1 with a direction vector of 1, 1, 2. And line 2 passes through some other point here, 1, 0, -1, and it's got a direction vector, U2 we'll call it, of 1, 1, 3. What's the shortest distance between those lines, if in fact they don't intersect? Well, take two general points. If I take a point P on line 1 and a point Q on line 2, if I form the vector PQ, then the length of that vector will represent the shortest distance if that vector is both perpendicular to line 1 and perpendicular to line 2, because you're only going to get the shortest distance for the distance at right angles to it. So the first part's going to be, let's get representations of the coordinates of the general point P on line 1 and Q on line 2. Right, well, any point on line 1 is going to have this. Its x-coordinate will be, just using the basic definition of a line, I start at this point and I take steps of that vector till I get to wherever I like. So the x-coordinate of any point would be starting at 0, I'd add on steps of 1 using a parameter t, so it'll be plus t, steps of t. The y-coordinate...
What the fuck, Matt? I was trying to do this for like 15 minutes. What do you mean brain melts? This is easy. This is just two lines in 3D space.
Would be
Have you never seen two lines in 3D space?
Add on to that, again, just steps of t, and the z-coordinate would be start at -1 and take, this time it's 2 steps, so 2 lots of the parameters. Same for the second line, q. If q lies in the second line, then the x-coordinate of any point that lies in the line will be found by starting at a given point and taking steps of its vector along it. So the x-coordinate of q will be found by starting at 1 and taking steps of length 1. I'll need a different parameter, I'll use s, that's quite a common one, a bit nasty because it ends up looking like a 5, so you have to be careful with s. Much like an L. Capital L is great, but a
Can
small
you
L
rechat,
like a small
please?
L, without it looking like a 1 or an I or a 2. A nasty thing that. It's a nasty miss as well. The y-coordinate of this point will be start at 0, and take, again, it's just one step, so one lot of the steps of unit 1 rather, of the parameter, and z, start at -1, that's the z-coordinate, and take steps of 3.
Ah, fuck, just don't do this. I hate this, like 0, 2, -1. Just make it in a generic way.
2t minus 1, and q, the point in the second line.
And then I'm going to just solve the equations then.
You'll have the shortest distance if you can find a pair of points. This over 2 general points, p.
I don't like that solution. That is a bad
And
solution.
there's my second equation. So I've got these two equations to 1, so it'll be -1, -1, -3. It's minus for all the t's, so that'll be
This is bad.
2.
This is bad solution. Pretty sure that should be a better one. So yeah, we know that the distance between the two lines is perpendicular to both lines. So I know this direction, right? This is literally the cross product of the two vectors. Right? So I know the direction of this, but now I want to know this point or that point. So technically, hold on. Hold on. This just means that I need to find the intersection between the plane that is this line and this point. And this one, right? So okay, hold on. I have an actual solution for this. Okay, look here. So I have two lines, right? I have two lines. We know that this line in between the two closest point is perpendicular to both, so we can find it easily. It's the cross product of the directions, right? Because it's perpendicular to both. So now I want to find the intersection of one line with the plane, which is composed of the other line and this vector, right? Which means that I need to find... oh, wait, hold on. Yeah. I want any point on this plane, which is the point on that line, and the normal of that plane is going to be the cross product of the direction and the normal vector. So we want to find the cross product of the first line with the cross product of the first line and the second line. Easy. All right. You guys understand anything? Okay. Closest direction is this, but then plane normal is going to be cross product of line direction and closest direction, right? And then we have this equation now that the dot product of ray from minus line from and n is 0. So we do exactly the same. P is going to be equal to the dot product of line from minus ray from and n divided by the dot product of ray direction and n. And the closest line will be ray from plus ray direction multiplied by t. Okay, there you go. No need for solving the three linear equations with some random parameters. Solving this in vector form is so much easier. Okay. Over here we just do closest point to line, ray. And the line here is going to be ray from plane position, and direction is the axis. Okay, there you go. So this should be it. And then I copy this and I do it here. New position point. This. So now we have the previous point and the new point, and I'm going to do basically the original transform is going to be multiplied by translation matrix of new point minus start point. There you go. Will this illusion break the universe? I don't think so. What do you... I mean, this is just math. Math never broke any universes, right? Right? It is math 4 in 3D. Direction is the axis. Okay. Let's see. Let's see. So the thing is, I'm moving it, but I'm not moving it along the axis for some reason. Looks like I'm moving it. What? And also zoom. Doesn't make any sense. It's a plane transform, I think. Over here, it should be the original stroke original transform. And maybe this is the problem. The plane position was calculated incorrectly. Okay, well, it is still a little bit wrong. Like a tiny little bit wrong. Closest point to line. Same position axis. Hmm. Closest direction is the direction, yes. I don't see the problem with this solution. Hold on. Why is it wrong? Why can I move left? Why can I move left and right too? Oh, wait. Close. Oh, hold on, hold on. Closest point Not the closest point to line. I want the closest point on line. You know? Yeah, I want the closest point on line. But, yeah. So closest point on the line from the ray is going to be equal to closest point to the line, to the ray line from the actual line. So I'm going to swap this to, you know, that's the thing. That's the thing. So I need to use the closest point, not the to line, but on line. That should work. Okay. And it works. Okay. And it actually works. Easy. Okay, practical with a raid. Hello there. How are you guys doing? I'm making my own paint application today. So we can draw stuff, and then I can move this into this plane, for example, and then create a new plane and draw something over here. So we will have an actual 3D art. That's the application that I'm making, because I want to use this technique to make art for my next game for the LD. Have you ever participated in a game jam, NPC? Or practical? I got to be in a raid. Okay. Lazy git. Separate the tools and better transform. You've done a few game jams, never LD though. Well, it is your chance then, because the LD is going to happen in 2 weeks. Where is it? Have I heard about Rust Rover yet? Yes, I did. But I don't think I'm going to use it myself, because I prefer to use a free tool, even if it is slightly worse. Yeah. So here's the LD website. It's going to start in 15 days. Here's my profile. We made 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 games for LD this far. Here's my last one. You didn't see my games. This one had a little bit of 3D, but that didn't have actual 3D art. Here's my most 3D game. Need to juggle the mail. Oh shit. You played my snake game for GMTK? Is this Rust combined with Wasm? Yes, we compile the Rust for the WebAssembly. I work with my own custom game engine too here. Here's the Paint program that I'm building, right? You can try it out yourself if you want, but it is like kind of early right now, obviously, because I just started this yesterday. So this Paint application also works on the web, and you can literally just try it out over here. Source code is also, I mean, it's not that impressive, I guess. If you try like the Bevy engine, for example, you don't really need to think about it. Like these times, if you want to compile your game for the web, you don't really need to do anything special, right? If you work in Godot, you can make your work you can, like, they have made the work to make it to work on the web, right? They also just compile your code to the WebAssembly. You do the Unity, they do the same. Like, yeah. Okay, what is the next thing that I need to do? So I did not really like my color selection, so I have currently disabled it. I want to have the color selection or something. So how would I go? And also the eraser, right? I started all of that because I wanted to have an eraser. But in the process of refactoring, I have removed the ability to select the color. Let's see. What should my color chooser even look like? What if I open something like Sprite? So we have the palette. I think the palette can be not in this like corner, but for the palette I can use the tool wheel and stuff. This color chooser though. So yeah, oh okay, I see. So we have the little we can choose the hue and then the saturation and lightness. Those things are being selected using this little square thing. All right, and then also the transparency. I think this is not too bad. This should be enough for me. You can also, but you can also do these, like 3 different things, but maybe that's going to come later. You can do it in RGB, in HSV, in HSL. I am right now doing the HSL only. Wait, hold on. Why is Sprite laggy when I'm changing the color? It's 1 FPS when I'm dragging this this little thing. Why is it 1 FPS? Lol. It's a good tool, but it would be nice to have a palette colors that you have already used, and of course the droplet thing that selects the color already there. Yes, I agree. So the colors that are already on the screen. I think that's exactly like how Sprite is working. If I start drawing something. Wait, where is it? No, I'm pretty sure that's how it worked before. Huh? You need to configure it? I'm pretty sure that I have seen Sprite. Just show me the colors that I have already used. Unlock? I don't know. Where should I even... Where's the unlock? Edit color. Oh. No, this is editing me the color. I can select the position, and then I'm editing this specific color on the palette. That's different though. New palette from Sprite. But that's just a button. I want it to always be representing what's on the sprite. But whatever. Whatever. Now, I don't want to do the proper UI though. I'm going to bring it up using a tool wheel. How about this? I'm going to have inside the config the default palette, because I want to most likely usually work with a specific set of colors, right? Default palette going to be a list of colors like white, black, red, green, blue, yellow, and magenta. Probably also gray, right? That should be enough. I'm going to make a color wheel, and then inside the palette, if I click the left click, then I'm going to select that color, and if I'm doing the right click, then I'm going to open the color chooser where I can change the color on the palette. There's also going to be a plus sign, I guess, so that I can add new colors to the palette. But that's like a lot of features. Let's first just have the palette so that we can use any color from the predefined palette at least. So palette is just a list of colors. It's easy. And then we have invented the wheel here. So before we had the continuous wheel where so it worked like there was a wheel where I was drawing the saturation wheel or like the hue wheel. But it meant that in order to change the color, I need to open the hue tool and then the saturation tool and then the lightness tool like separately. So instead it's going to be a wheel type items. Items is going to be box in item wheel, right? Okay, so we're going to be able to select a specific item with an index, I guess. Also, we need to be able to draw this. I mean, I guess it's going to be separately a draw item. And it's going to like this. So split the rendering into rendering the item and rendering like the background if I wanted to. One is going to be empty for me for now. Covered. I mean, do I ever want this actually? I want to only be able to draw the item actually. Okay, so let's see. Over here, I'm trying to draw the wheel, and I'm going to do. Ah, shit! What did I press? Draw item. So we go for item in 0 to type item count. Yes, item count is something that we will need to have here. Okay, so we need to calculate the transformation for this thing. Transform and hover. So we know the transformation of the wheel entirely, but for the specific item, it is going to be okay. So I need to find the actual like angle here of this item. Item angle is going to be. Let me make this an item count. Item angle is item divided by item count. Hover, calculate the hover. This is returning the angle. Right. Transform. Transform multiplied by. So I want to rotate. No. I want to translate by one zero rotated item angle, right? And it's going to happen before that after. Item angle is angle from degrees whatever 360 multiplied by this. Okay, and is it hovered or is it not hovered? It's going to be dependent on the error margin, right? So hover margin is 360 is what, like angle from degrees 360 divided by item count divided by 2. Yes. So hover is item angle. Hover is hover map for false. Hover angle item angle minus hover angle apps less than hover margin. Okay, that should be it, right? This should be me drawing the items. I'm making like a generic wheel right now. And over here, when I'm pressing, so I need to use this same logic to calculate what is the thing that I'm actually hovering on. Like this. So I'm going to say if let some, I mean, it's always going to be there, right? Actually, I'm just going to find the one with the minimum. Hold on. The one with the minimum difference, right? It should not even be the margin. Let's and you just find the hover. Hover is item is equal to some hover. I'm going to change here. No margin. I don't need it. So I will need the item angles though. Right? Wheel item angles using the type item count. Maybe just items. Item angles. Nice. I think we do this for item and angle. This enumerate. So I think what the API should be here. Let's create this generate item angles function. So item count use size, and this is going to return an iterator where item is the angle So it's going to be 0 to item count, map, item, this. Make this a move closure. All right. So this is just a function that generating the angles for the items on the tool wheel. I heard about the death of Unity. Yes, I did. There's not the death though, right? Not yet. It's too early to say about the death of Unity. If Practical NPC is here, how many questions did... Wait, is Practical using Unity or Godot? Godot. Yes. Probably also not relevant. That message is 20 minutes old? Well, I mean... No one used the read chat command, so I ignored it. Yeah, it was Godot.
Can you read chat, please?
Well, it's too late for that command, because I have already read your message. You know, use it when I don't read. Okay, so this is a function. Enumerate item angle is this. Will items. Should it be item angles? Maybe it should be, you know what? Maybe it should be items, item count, and also the current hover, and it will tell me the angle and whether or not it is hovered. You know? That probably should be the API. And there's going to be only one hovered. The more cursed things I want to do, the more I wish I would have chosen Actix Web over Axum simply because of the runtime per core. The work speed stealing runtime. When I used Actix Web, I didn't use Axum myself. I didn't like it, but maybe that's because I wanted to do a specific thing, which is the graceful shutdown, and it is very like I asked them about it, and they literally told me that like the architecture just doesn't allow for it. I guess Axum is going to be the same thing because it's basically just a fork. Do you not need the graceful shutdown for your application that you're making? I guess usually it doesn't matter because you need to make something that like is going to like crash randomly, and it's like nothing should be broken because of the crash, right? Okay, they have the items, item count, and hover is an optional angle. Return the iterator of items. Let's make it structured item. So maybe actually draw. Just instead. The system I'm building uses a system, so just let it crash. Yeah, exactly. What I thought. That's like usually what you want when you're making a web application. It makes sense. But for my use case, I wanted a graceful shutdown, and apparently you want that. No mic? What do you mean no mic? Yes, mic. I think I should draw all the items at the same time here. Don't hear anything from the stream. Launch other stream and it works. Yeah. My tab is muted. You muted the tab? If you can hear me, maybe you can try to unmute the tab. What should it be here? A list of items, right? A list of items. Should be angle, I don't know. Transform? So items will generate a list of items. I wish where there was accent, but without the send requirement. Are you doing something that is not sendable? Allocation arenas? I never use those. I don't care about performance. It is just already good because I use Rust, you know? Okay, let's see. Let mute items is this collect. Right? item, angle. Hovered is going to be false by default, and transform is going to be transform is going to be that thing that I did there. Like all the logic about the wheels should be in that file, guessing. This is the local transform. I'm going to call this one local transform. Okay, so right now they're just not all covered. None of those are hovered. So I need to find the one that is hovered, right? Items. I guess if let some hover is hover, then items. I want to find the position of the minimum. What do you do then if you want to do that? You do iterate, you do enumerate, and then you do minimum by key. I reset browser and it works now. Was weird. I don't know. Minimum by key. So index is going to be ignored, and then the item itself is going to be item angle minus hover. Normalize apps. Wrap 0. And we do items at the index hovered is true. Well, I guess we can hold on. We don't need it because I need to modify the minimum, right? So I instead can do iter mute enumerate and then find the minimum by key. This is going to be my key, and then once I have found it, I can unwrap and I can set the hovered true, right? Type must be known. This is a vec. No field angle. So now I don't need to enumerate. Normalize P. Normalize the angle in the range negative P to P. That's what I want. And then minimum by key. F32 is ORed, is not satisfied. Alright. I do map. That instead. Map R32. Can I just do that? Can? This makes my floating point numbers comparable to each other. All right. Okay. I need to move all the wheel logic from this file into that one. Okay, if wheel is wheel, then I guess can I just do wheel drawn, maybe? Wheel and self, so that we will have access to the app from inside there. Is the way. Okay, calculate the hover, app and wheel. Calculate hover. Wheel. Because it is not even connected with the thing at all. Well, no, actually it is, because the wheel can be in different positions. It's just like right now I only am at the 0. Okay, calculate hover. This thing belongs not into this file. The wheel. Calculate hover. Okay, I do need the wheel here, because I need the position of the wheel. Right? The wheel has the position and the type. Okay, so we calculate the hover, then we do the transforms. And over here, I just did the drawing. Okay, so in order to draw, I need the frame buffer. And then that we do have. All right, and over here, when we have the items, type draw, frame buffer, UI camera, transform, items. What is the items? The items is items for the item count, which is going to be a type count. Hover. This should be it. Payday 2 uses Lua for gameplay code and it has a lot of null reference bug crashes. Well, yeah. Yes. That's why I don't really like the idea of the scripted language. Unless that scripted language is going to have types, like in Rust. Like, if the Rust was a scripted language, which it can be technically, it just isn't. I still want to have all these types. I still want to have all the lifetimes. But instead of it being compiled, just run it. Be it slower, but faster to compile, like 0 compilation time. Haskell is the base scripting language. But you cannot embed Haskell. Can you? Or if you can, it is pretty heavy, no? That's why people use Lua, because it's very small and easy to integrate. Okay, wheel draw, wheel self frame buffer. There you go. What? Wheel draw. Oh, okay. Is there a fast way in Helix to switch the two arguments? Haskell would be a weird description language for games. I don't think it will be weird. Maybe people are not, like most of the people are not familiar with Haskell, so it's going to be like weird for the most people. I don't know how scripting languages can be useful. It is so the idea is that, like, right now, if I change a little bit of code and I want to recompile, it's going to take time, right? Like 10 seconds, 20 seconds, it's not very fast. If you want a scripted language because it is faster. So right now, for that reason, for example, I am having these things in the config file. That also, though, allows me to have the config file instead of hard coding this as a constant inside my code. Also for modding support. Well, modding support can be done without a scripted language. Like OBS. You can write plugins for OBS in C and then, yeah. That's not about the scripting language, it's about providing the API. In scripted languages, you can make changes in real time. Yeah. No method named calculate the hover. Okay, so over here, I want to find the calculatable, calculated thing, right? It's not calculate hover. It's going to be wheel calculate hover. The argument is going to be self and the wheel. Why can I not go to the definition? Like, if this function is private, why can I not go to the definition to make it public? This is annoying, actually. I'm pretty sure that I can go to the definition of a private one in VS Code. Why is Helix not allowing me to go to the definition of a private thing? You sometimes can, I'm not sure, it's Rust Analyzer. Yeah, but why does Rust Analyzer allow me to do that in VS Code? I don't think I was ever in the situation when I could not do that. Go. Okay. Wheel items type item count hover into iterate. What is the most frustrating thing when you program in your current setup or in general? Well, have not been using Helix, this editor that I'm using right now, for a long time, so I can't really say much. In general, I don't have much problems. In general, I'm just limited by the programming language a little bit sometimes. The only thing I like about scripting for modding is portability of mods across platform and isolation. You can use JIT, but many things cannot be recompiled. Curvy OS Frog. Hello, Jerem. What is this little thing? What is that little thing? Or is it just the icon is not loading for me? OBG, I think. What it says. Weird. How does it limit me? Sometimes I find the things that are not implemented yet in Rust, and sometimes I want to have things that are probably never going to be implemented in Rust. For example, I don't know, like infiltrate inside a trait. You know, that is something that is supposed to work at some point. It doesn't work yet. That's like the simple example. Or sometimes when you do the heavy type stuff, it is you hit some of the limitations. Can't really give you a quick example, I think, but I have been following some of the issues in the Rust repository, like super traits not elaborated or something. Like the bounds on the associated types of the super trait are not elaborated or something like. Like it's not very often that I hit those things. Sometimes you do. I mean, at least I'm not programming in those other programming languages. Then I would be limited even more. Yeah. How far am I from finishing super square potato? What is a super square potato? Huh? Super square potato? What is a super square potato? Is that the phone auto-correcting some of the words? Oh, the cube puzzle game. Oh. The link cider. I don't know. I don't know how far are we. I don't know. I can't say. Can't tell. The super square potato. Oh. We're going to have to rename the game now to that. Alright. Hold on. Position. Item. Item hovered. So we do if type select. Okay, there you go. There you go. Okay. Okay. I think this works. We can draw, we can select, and now we need to spawn the tool wheel, which is going to be the palette, right? So let's have another mod, which is going to be called palette, right? Just a palette wheel is going to be created here. Obstruct palette. Then we implement item wheel for palette. Okay, something like this. So item count is going to be self colors length, and then when we want to draw, when I'm program, am I thinking about bits? What am I visualizing? No. I am visualizing the end product, not the building bits. I think it's how I am doing the programming. So if you don't know how to make a thing, then you need to go one step lower. And then if you don't know how to do the thing one step lower, then you need to split it even like into the lower level. But I don't think I ever go down to bits. Like ever. I personally think about the electrons flowing through my computer. Okay, we just literally go for item in items here. I'm going to make this stupid thing here. Context. Let's see. I'm drawing something here. Drawing colors, right? Hold on. I want to see shader. color 2D, this one. This one is used for here. I'm drawing a line. Okay, going to just copy paste this code and go into the palette and going to paste this here. Projection matrix and view matrix are going to be from the camera though. And the color is going to be color. Yes, because items is like the placed items here. Going to do for item and color. In items, iterate zip with self colors, right? So then I will need the transform here. So transform is going to be local transform multiplied by local transform on the item. Okay, and then when we select, I'm going to say that app color, no app tool, app switch tool, brush new context, and the color is going to be colors. Okay, so when I'm creating the brush, it's going to be called default. I don't know. I like, okay, hold on. Like I am right now in the insert mode, right? And it really triggers me that this little thing is not in the beginning of the line. But I cannot do Shift Tab like I can do in VS Code because I need to exit the mode and then I can move it around. Annoying. Okay, what is wrong here? This function takes 2 arguments. It does not. This is another problem. This is another problem that I don't like. Where when I do a rename using using Rust Analyzer, it renames, but it doesn't save all the other files in which the symbol is located. So I need to manually do write all here so that the error disappears. So weird and annoying because it doesn't save anything. Okay, hold on. We need to do push-ups because Infinite Coder redeemed the push-ups. Yo. Let's go. One has put Groovy on the food wiki, right? Wait, what? What does that mean? I have Unity on my shirt? No, I don't have Unity on my shirt. Why would I have Unity on my shirt? I never even used Unity. Smart choice, apparently. Oh, wait. Jerem is actually the one who is using Unity. What are you going to do? Are you going to continue using Unity? What are you going to do? What is your engine for the next LD? It is going to happen in 2 weeks. Are you ready? I am preparing for it right now here. By making this tool here. Little paint. Okay. This should be it. So now I want to, let's say by pressing button P, let's say by pressing the key P, I'm going to say self wheel, start the wheel, wheel type, start wheel, palette, palette, start. I need to do start, self, the self, mute self. Okay, palette. I don't even need the new I just need a start on the app, the mutable reference to the app. So I'm going to do app start the wheel, wheel type items, self new app, right? I guess boxed. Okay. I've been using Godot in the last 35 seconds. Well, it's called default palette, that's why. Hold on, Nertzl, can I configure the Helix so that when I do a rename, it's going to automatically save all the files? Or can I not? Because that is actually a little bit annoying. Also, I want to have the autosave, so I should never be pressing the save button. It should be always on autosave. Okay, let's see. Press P, and we have the wheel. Okay, it's wonderful. Look at this. We have all the colors. And now I'm using the yellow. We have all the colors. And now I'm going to choose the gray. Fancy wheel. Alright, it's a little bit too huge, but... I mean... Yeah, I guess it can be a little bit smaller. Okay. Fine. Let's make the transform here. Okay, I think actually the local transforms should be calculated so that the items don't ever intersect with each other. So if we have a lot of items, they should be smaller. If we have less items, they should be bigger. Am I right? So what should be the size of one item? If we have a circle. I feel like I would need a reference to something here. Just to the app, maybe. Yeah, looks like this is going to work. We have the inner radius of the wheel. The outer radius is like 1. So we do this plus 1 divided by 2 to calculate the medium radius. Then we do 2t by radius. It's going to be the length of the arc, right? So the length of the circle. And then we divide this by item count. And then we divide this by 2. And that might be the size. Hmm. going to be the size. This is the piece. I'm going to translate by this position, divided by the angle. I'm also going to scale uniformly by the size. Okay, so it's going to be this. Okay, maybe it should be good enough. Let's see. I'll approximate the size, the distance between the two items on the wheel by the length of the arc, right? And then we also need to have some margin here. So if they were circles instead of squares, they would not be colliding with each other. Here we go. If I choose the green color, green, gray, white, pink, yellow. I mean, this is good enough. I don't really need it for myself to be super fancy. This is good enough for me. For the original implementation, right? But I will need more colors than that for sure. I will need more colors than that. Also, the P button that is very far, especially since I'm going to use the mouse. So what is the other key that I could use to bring up that thing? Q? I feel like Q should be like the button, or tab, something that is like very close to my WASD. Maybe tab? I don't know. No, tab is already used to switch between the platforms that I'm drawing on. But maybe that is going to change. I'm going to use the Q. I'm going to use the Q. Okay, the palette is there. I feel like that is pretty nice. Palette. In the queue. Should be working. Okay. Alright. But that is not enough colors to do all of the things. Okay. What are my favorite two colors? Why two? Why not one or three? Pick your favorites in two. What are your two favorite streamers? And oh, for a color gradient. I don't know. I like the blue and into the I mean the light blue into the even lighter blue, the sky blue, you know, the gradient of the sky is what I like. That is a nice color. Look at. Okay, I feel like creating something like a box in this application already is not very hard, right? It's not very hard. Like I can literally just draw a box like this, right? This does not seem like a hard task, right? I don't even need the straight lines. That's exactly how my game is going to look like, I think. I mean, I will need to fill them. I don't have the filler tool right now. I need an eraser. I need an eraser though. Potentially changing the brush sizes. Having more colors. Okay, what is the priority right now? Though, I think the priority should be an eraser. An eraser. Let's do this. Eraser using the E, I guess. So it's going to be brush, eraser. I think the eraser is very simple. We just draw it with non-existing color, with a transparent color. That's how we do it right now. Draw, erase. Okay, there you go. Easy. Okay, now that we have the eraser, we can technically draw everything we want. Okay, I think also right now the size of a brush is not visualized, and it should be. But before that, eraser. Let me do the thing that I wanted to do yesterday. So instead of holding middle mouse button in order to change my camera, I want to have just the first person camera mode. That is what I want. That is what I want. Right. So it's going to just change the camera distance to 0, basically. And we're going to use the F key, toggle the first person camera. F. Self toggle first person. Toggle first person. First of all, are we... Okay, let me see. Forward. How do I figure out the forward direction of the camera? What the camera is looking right now? Self, camera. U matrix. Inverse. Multiplied by 0, 0, -1. 0. 4 by z, right? Okay, so we say if self state camera distance is 0, then we're in first person mode, otherwise we're in third person mode. So here I'm going to do self state camera position plus equal minus equal forward multiplied by distance. Over here we do the other way around, and over here we do self state camera distance be equal to self config camera distance, and over here we say self state camera distance is 0. That, right? Also, when we're going into the first person mode, I'm going to say self, going to lock the cursor, and over here I'm going to unlock the cursor, right? Should be it. When I'm using the middle mouse release middle, over here if self camera distance is not equal to 0, not in first person mode, and over here same. Middle mouse is going to be disabled while we are in first person mode. Makes sense. And I think that is it. I think that is it. No, that is not it. That is not it. That is not it. I'm going to do the same here. Done. Self move self handle move some position. And when we would have it here, going to say self handle move none. Right, there you go. Generate, go to. Okay, over here it's going to be position map position unwrap or self frame buffer. Hold on. Position map here, map, right? Unwrap or self frame buffer size divided by 2, which means that the middle of the screen. So we're going to be basically interacting with the middle of the screen, or with the mouse cursor. I think that is it. The only thing is that for the first person mode, I will need a reticle or something. So I press F. I mean, I am in the first person mode now. Nothing works. Hold on. Is it the other way around? I guess it's positive one. Well, actually, hold on. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. When we go into the first person mode, we need to bring camera back. Here, forward. That makes more sense. All right. Okay. Okay, 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 okay. This works. This works. This works. Okay, well, it looks like... Mouse... Hold on. Mouse press over here. The cursor position. So that is wrong. This should not be an E flat. I just do let cursor position with this unwrap or frame buffer size divided by 2. Maybe I need to do something like self array at the cursor position, like this. Yeah, 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 yeah. Looks good. Going to be stage camera pixel array. The cursor position, and if the cursor is not there, then we're looking at the middle of the screen basically. Array self array cursor position. Over here is going to be the same. No unwrapping here anymore. going to be actually better. This is the only pixel array. Okay. Should be good now. Okay, there you go. The full screen rendering. I mean, drawing. Like we're in Minecraft or something, right? If only Minecraft actually had a drawing in it. There's probably a mod for something like this, right? It looks like WSD for some reason not work for me. But I can over here. Let's try doing the transform. Okay, it is pretty hard to do without a reticle, this thing. But I mean, it does work. And I can move things wherever I want them. Be moved. Going to vomit. Huh? What do you mean? Lots of movement? Is that a lot of movement? Is that a lot of movement? Like I need to draw slower? Is that what you're saying? I guess if I just hold on. If I just make myself like a vertical, hold on. Make a new one. Shit, where is it? Oh shit, I am inside it. Shit. Done. I'm inside of it. Okay, let's do it something like that and then make it vertical. Okay, so if it is vertical, then I can just draw like this. No? But I would really like if my WSD was working. Oh, because I multiply by the camera distance. Right. I guess I should not multiply by the camera distance like at all. Maybe? I don't know. I'm not sure. No, it's big early. Okay, I go first person mode. And WSD still doesn't work. Wait, what? Hold on. Maybe I did not save the file? Did I not save the file really? No. Save the file. Hold on. Okay, guys, I have. Ah, shit. Okay, I have food. Is doing push-ups before food even healthy? Or... Fine, Pigorly, fine. Vitamin D deficient? What does vitamin D do? Is this the vitamin that you get by being in the sun? I'm probably also deficient of that vitamin. No, because I never go outside. Right. There you go. Did my 10 push-ups. Handstand push-ups when? I don't know. Maybe Sunday. Okay, fine. I will figure out this thing.
Squiggly rings.
This last thing that I want to fix, which is going to be which is going to be the first person camera. You're gonna try handstand explosive push-ups next time? What does that mean? What is explosive push-ups? Okay, I need to fix this first person camera and then I go and eat my food. It doesn't make sense. It should just work. Not changing my camera position. Why? Delta time. What is delta time? It is the timer that is ticking. So it should work. And then the camera move speed. Camera move speed is not 0 because I literally... Oh, it's 0.5 pixels. Okay, because the move speed is in pixels. Okay. Okay, fine. We are actually we were moving all this time. We were moving just very slowly. 0.5 pixels a second. Let's make it 50 pixels a second. Okay, there you go. Now it works. Okay. Hold on. It's very hard to try and choose the thing without me having the reticle on my screen. The reticle must happen. Okay. Okay. G. Bye. Do more push-ups? But I just did push-ups. Just a second ago. Hello.
Hello?
You didn't see? Oh. Somebody probably have clipped it because I was doing push-ups and I also was like, I was doing, so they were called explosive push-ups apparently. Am I right? They told you? What do you mean? Oh, they told you. All right. Are you streaming right now? Are you going to stream in a second? If you start the stream right now, I can raid you. I'm ending. Oh, you are streaming. All right. Fine. Came here to bait me for the raid. All right. All right. I see how it is. Oh shit. My green screen is falling down. I need to do this. I need to do this fast. Why is my green screen falling down? Oh no. Okay. Hit. FPS camera. Done. Push. Okay. You guys tomorrow probably, right? Bye.